Everyone, I would just like to announce that we will be waiting for another 2-3 minutes and then we start. Thank you for your patience. Everyone, I would just like to announce that we will be waiting for another 2-3 minutes and then we start. Thank you for your patience. Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby open the 4th meeting of the Europe Central Asia Regional Forum on Minority Issues. Excellencies, it is my honor to welcome you all to what we all representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. 2 days. I hereby open I would like to remind all participants that simultaneous interpretation is available in English, French, Romani, and Russian. For those here at the Diplomatic Academy, to access interpretation, please download the Interactio application to your phone or device and enter the code TLI2022. That is capital letters TLI2022 when opening the app. A guide with further details was emailed to all participants and is also available on the table at the back of the room. The interpretation function for online participants is available on the Interactio platform. Please contact the online moderators or tax support on the platform if you require assistance. All statements and interventions can be made in any of these languages. As you are all aware, this is a hybrid format and all is recorded. This is the 4th Europe Central Asia Regional Forum on Minority Issues, convened since the establishment of the annual Forum on Minority Issues by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. I would like to thank, in particular, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, and the Austrian Ministry for Foreign Affairs for organizing this regional forum. It is my pleasure to first give the floor to Mr. Peter Lansky Tiffenthal, Secretary General of the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs of Austria. Mr. Tiffenthal. Regional Forum. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Peter Lansky.
A wonderful good morning. Welcome to the Diplomatic Academy. I'm sorry for having been late. We were talking about the future of the Diplomatic Academy and the construction project. And as it happens with the construction project, it takes always a little longer than expected. Welcome to the thank you very much, Madam Director. High Commissioner Abdrakhmanov, Governor Kompatscher, Special Rapporteur de Varenne, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for us to welcome you all here in Vienna this morning. Having missed many opportunities for personal discussion and interaction in the more recent past, we are delighted to be able to see so many guests from across Europe and Central Asia here at the Diplomatic Academy, and to welcome you warmly on behalf of our Foreign Minister Alexander Schallenberg. We are particularly honored that we are able to host the Regional Forum in Vienna on the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Rights of Persons Belonging to Minorities. Not only because it's an appropriate moment to evaluate the situation on minorities and their rights, but also because Austrian diplomats played an important role both in initiating and in negotiating the UN Declaration. Until now, it remains the only comprehensive and global document setting out the rights of persons belonging to ethnic or national, religious or linguistic minorities. Its key consideration is that the promotion and protection of the rights of minorities contribute to the political and social stability of states in which they live. However, as our discussions over the next days likely will confirm, significant gaps remain when it comes to the promotion and protection of minority rights. And there is ample evidence that one of the earliest indicators of violence and conflict is chronic disregard for minority rights. In Europe, we are aware of the troubled history, a history of violence and conflict involving prejudice and hatred towards minorities. But I think we can say so, we've made some progress. The United Nations, the OSCE, with its High Commissioner on National Minorities, and the Council of Europe have successfully established standards, treaties and mechanisms to promote and protect the rights of minorities. And we are proud of Austria's role in supporting this international effort. Moreover, Austria has benefited from this learning process. Today, for example, the autonomy of South Tyrol is a model for the successful implementation of minority rights on all levels of government. Frank discussions of past injustices, a realistic understanding of the right of self-determination, and the careful exercise of Austria's protective role have been indispensable for this positive development. Therefore, we are particularly grateful to see Governor Kompatscher on the podium today and thank him for sharing his experiences and the experience of South Tyrol with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. However, recent events in the heart of our region prove that conflict involving minorities are unfortunately not a thing of the past. Austria condemns in the strongest possible terms the unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine by the Russian Federation, including the instrumentalization of minority issues as a justification. Worldwide, the number of violent conflicts has tripled in the last 10 years alone. The vast majority with an underlying cause involving ethnicity, religion, culture, or language. And COVID-19 has added further fuel to the fire with the pandemic especially affecting the lives of the most vulnerable. Our history in Europe has taught us that no one is safe when individuals or communities are ostracized or vilified for who they are. Violations of minority rights are warning signs on a road leading to instability and conflict. Therefore, it is all the more concerning that we are witnessing a rise of xenophobia, of racism, and of intolerance around the world. Recent surveys of the European Fundamental Rights Agency show that fear and resentment of ethnic minorities are shockingly increasing on our continent. Therefore, Austria has placed the promotion and the protection of minority rights at the center of its human rights agenda. At the domestic level, we attach great importance to the contribution of minorities to our society. We have implemented specific measures to support national autochthonous minorities, including in education, in language, in culture, as well as in media. In addition, last year we have doubled our annual financial support to national minorities. At the international level, Austria traditionally initiates resolutions on the protection of minorities in the Human Rights Council and at the UN General Assembly, and actively supports the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on minority issues. Austria is looking forward to leading a joint recommitment to the full implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities at the high-level meeting of the General Assembly later in September this year. Let me thank the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Fernand de Varenne, who initiated the regional forums, as well as the whole team of the Tom Lantos Institute, without whom today's event would not have been possible. We would like to thank our gracious host, the Diplomatic Academy. Austria is proud to support the regional forums for Europe and Central Asia, together with such distinguished partners, and to host so many experts and minority participants from the region. All that remains is to wish all of you fruitful discussions and to express our hope that your recommendations and conclusions will contribute to the full realization of the rights of persons belonging to minorities before the next 30 years pass by. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lansky Tiffenthal, for this very inspiring introduction, emphasizing what has been achieved, but also what needs to be done under the turbulent circumstances we live in, and also setting a very positive tone for this regional forum. Thank you again. And now I will give the floor to Ambassador Kairat Abrakhmanov, OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities. I'm sure I didn't pronounce your name well. I'm sure I didn't. Sorry.
Distinguished Madam Moderator, it was done perfectly. Abderrahman, especially in the light of Eid al-Fitr, it's so important today. Or rather, Eid Mubarak, as we call him, coming in my own country. Later I will reveal my origin. So, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to address such a distinguished audience on the occasion of such a high-level opening. I'm so glad that Secretary General of the Austrian Ministry for European and International Affairs. My dear friend Peter is with us. We have quite a deep connections. I would like just to remind you that Ambassador Lansky Tiffany was one of the most successful Under-Secretary Generals of the United Nations. Today, I think this position is called for global communications. In your time, you was one of the champion of promotion of multilingualism globally and regionally. So our roots going back very deep, as you understand. Moreover, I am so glad to see so many of my friends in person as well as online, with whom we've been working so hard in order to promote the interests of national minorities. Anniversary of the declaration is quite an important, significant momentum for us to reflect on issues which distinguished organizers, and I would like to thank all of them offering us to reflect on. Federal Ministry, as well as UN Human Rights Special Procedures, and my dear colleague and friend Fernando Varén as one of my key interlocutors in his role as a special rapporteur on minority issues. Tom Lantos University Institution and Institute, which is also among those who are staying shoulder to shoulder with my institution. And coincidentally, this year my office is also marking the 30th anniversary, as the mandate of the first High Commission on National Minorities was first agreed upon on Helsinki 3 decades ago. And all of us probably remember the name of the first High Commissioner, Honorable Dutch statesman Max van der Stoel. This 30th anniversary is not just simply a symbolic anniversary for both of us, but also it is a momentum for us to pave the way for the future. We should think about how we could promote further an agenda of both the United Nations and Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Without doubt, in the last 3 decades, both our organizations, the UN and OSCE, have accumulated extensive experience on this subject. So it is indeed a good time to review, rethink, and reform our work. Therefore, later today at the panel discussions, in particular on implementation institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs, one of my senior advisors, Madam Tihana Leko, will describe the expertise of my office in more details in a greater depth. That's why I'm not going to take up too much of our time during the plenary session. Unfortunately, and I agree with Honorable State Secretary, the instrumentalization and politicization of minority issues is on the rise. And taking this into account, we must use every opportunity to encourage states to respect diversity and to take all necessary measures to protect national minorities and strengthen political, legal, and social protection systems for them. Well, without doubt, and this war in Ukraine proves yet another time that minorities are among those who are first victims. And I am sad to say that this is a chance for all of us to not to just simply to revisit the recent past, but as I mentioned, to pave the way to the future. My mandate is about silent diplomacy and discreet actions. That's why I'm not able today maybe to reveal in greater details some aspects of my interaction with politicians on these matters. But sooner or later, we will all are going to talk about issues related to the interests of national minorities in greater details and maybe in a much more public manner. Today's event gives us an opportunity to share the experience of the OSCE region and the UN and rethink how we can help the larger institutional community to increase social cohesion and build resilient societies. Since taking my mandate in December 2020, I have had an opportunity to engage with a large number of OSCE participating states, including those who are present, so proudly representing your own nations and OSCE participating states, including countries in the central region where I'm originally from. Thus far, I have undertaken more than, like my colleagues here, 24 visits to various destinations all over the OSCE area, and most recently it was an unforgettable experience in Georgia. While I took note of the sound legislation and policies that have been enacted in OSCE participating states, I also see the need to follow through with a proactive implementation of these policies. Indeed, this is an area that requires continuous attention. In the coming months, I look forward to visiting also several countries in Central Asia, and I'm so proud that today I am supported in such a robust way by present two distinguished ambassadors of Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Sorry if I miss other ambassadors and my friends here. So during my visits also to this region and in all my conversations with interlocutors, I always emphasize the importance of fostering a constructive dialogue, sharing best practices, and depoliticizing and de-escalating matters related to national minorities. I am encouraged by the willingness and openness of governments to engage with me. I also offer my support to all the OSCE participating states on shaping policies that promote integrated and cohesive societies as a way to prevent long-term conflict. My formal recommendations to the participating states are outlined in the 9 sets of thematic guidelines and recommendations issued by consecutive High Commissioners during the course of the last 30 years. And I am so glad to mention also Bolzano Bozan, this renowned name, because the autonomous province of South Tyrol, Alto Adige, is it correct pronunciation, is a model considered one of the most successful mechanisms of inter-ethnic pacification in Europe. And my office has more than once brought government and national minority representatives to your province, Honorable Governor, to learn from your best practices and good examples. These mentioned 9 guidelines and recommendations cover a wide range of subjects concerning national minority, ranging from education, language, and the participation of national minorities in public life, access to justice for minorities, and interstate relations. Bolzano-Bozan recommendations are exactly about interstate relations. And all these recommendations, we offering them as a mean to prevent conflict and to build social cohesion. It is perhaps important to emphasize here that conflict prevention as well as conflict resolution rests on the willingness of all parties to work together. It is therefore sobering to note that the last time the OSCE participating states agreed on a document at the level of heads of state or government was almost over 10 years ago when Astana commemorative declaration was signed in 2010. And it was the first and, well, I hope very much not last time when heads of state and government of OSCE participating state gathered together. At that time, 12 years ago, the OSCE family displayed a unity towards shared commitment and common goals, which unfortunately seems implausible today. Today we are facing new but not uncommon challenges. This is why it is important for us to continue to get together at platforms like this, to display unity and willingness to uphold commitments and to foster dialogue between our common European and Eurasian security community as it was envisaged in above-mentioned Astana Declaration. To this end, we as multilateral organizations have an important role to play. Within my mandate, I focused on strengthening cooperation with organizations in the United Nations system, as well as European organizations, Council of Europe, European Union, institutions and structures. For example, I value in-depth assessment and recommendations of the Advisory Committee of the FCNM, Framework Convention for Protection of National Minorities. I'll also regularly follow the reports of UN Special Rapporteurs submitted to the UN Human Rights Council. In particular, I would like to note my close cooperation, as I mentioned before, with Dr. Fernand de Varenne, who at this point has become a great friend of my institution. Last year, I traveled to New York to co-host with Dr. Varenne, as well as with Austrian mission. Again, from time to time, I'm revisiting the name of Austria, Austrian mission to the United Nations, which hosted an event on the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and economic participation of minorities. And UN has been a valuable contributor to the research of my institution into the socio-economic participation of national minorities, which will be the basis for the 10th thematic recommendations of my office and will be released in the near future with assistance of some of experts, by the way, present also today. While in New York last year, I also met with Madame Ilse Branscaris, Assistant Secretary General. I am glad to greet her online. And by coincidence, you see so many coincidences today, she is a former director of my office. And as such, very familiar with inner working of my office. So Madame Branscaris and I discussed ways to increase cooperation between our institutions, and I'm glad to see all her collaborators and partners also in our midst today. Going forward, I think it is important for all of us to continue to support all efforts that enable cooperation among multilateral institutions and increase synergies between our work. I am glad that today's event gives us an opportunity to review our best practices, rethink some of our approaches, and discuss the possibility of reforms. This will help us to ensure the protection of everyone's interests, and particularly those of national minorities. I stop here by thanking again the distinguished organizers of this event for this splendid opportunity to reunite myself with my friends and colleagues. Many, many thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your statement, and in particular for emphasizing that this regional forum is a space for constructive engagement, but also for a better orchestration of international cooperation on minority issues. Thank you again, and I now would like to give the floor to Mrs. Ilse Branscaris, Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, who will give her statement by recorded video message.
Excellencies, friends and colleagues, I wish to start by thanking Dr. Fernand de Varenne, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and the government of Austria for organizing and inviting me to take part in today's event. My thanks also go to the Tom Lantos Institute for supporting organization of this important meeting. It's a true pleasure to participate, albeit regrettably only remotely, in the opening of this important event, which continues the by now well-proved practice of the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues to do regional preparatory discussions for the annual forum. The 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities is in itself one of those milestones when we need to stop and take stock of where we started this journey, how far we have traveled, and if we are on track to reach our intended destination. As a background note states, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. as hopes of consensus on the need and benefit of the fulfillment of minority rights as part and parcel of human rights to all society has given way to fragmented approaches. Violations of minority rights remain evident across the globe and the region we focus on today. In some cases, we even see backsliding on previous progress. This is not a mere analysis of experts, but what we learn when we listen to the plurality of voices of the many and diverse minorities themselves. So we need to listen and reflect, take on board the lessons of what has worked well and what has not worked, so we can course correct for the road ahead. In this knowledgeable company, there is no need to outline the existing normative frameworks, global and regional, be they binding or non-binding, even if highly relevant to the question of gaps to be discussed. Instead, I'll say a few words about the contextual state of affairs and then briefly touch on the UN's role and practice, which I hope will also be part of your discussions later, and feed into recommendations for how it can be enhanced. As we approach the 30th anniversary of the Declaration, let us recall the impetus for the various initiatives to create minority rights instruments in the 1990s. These were based on a recognition that majority-minority and inter-ethnic tensions and conflict potential needed to be mitigated by addressing root causes of grievances. First and foremost, the inequalities based on group belonging, the lack of recognition of minority identities, and the lack of full and effective participation in all aspects of life of the societies where they lived. It is fair to say that progress was achieved through the adoption of the various instruments, signaling broad acceptance of the basic approach and the engagement by all sides in the search for solutions to fill the sometimes vague wording of the conventions and declarations, as the monitoring that ensued and the sharing of examples of application in practice illustrated. As the Special Rapporteur has reminded us over the last couple of years, structural inequalities and discriminatory practices and outcomes remain entrenched, as laid even more bare by the COVID-19 pandemic, which is not only a health crisis but a veritable human rights crisis. For how many years have we been raising alarm bells over the situation of Roma or religious and other minorities in Europe? But despite valiant initiatives and substantial investments, we have not seen the progress towards equality that we expected. Hate speech targeting ethnic, religious, linguistic, and other minorities is again on the rise, alarmingly so, amplified by the reach and speed of new technologies. Scapegoating and targeting of minorities by non-state actors has also intertwined with various governmental actions restricting civic space in several countries of the region, as elsewhere in the world, making the essential work of civil society organizations more difficult. Defenders of minority rights, as human rights defenders of various hues, are experiencing a heightened risk of reprisals. Participation at local, national, regional, and global levels is uneven at best. Even seemingly established identity-related rights, including what should by now be a rather obvious recognition of multiple and multifaceted identities in our contemporary diverse societies, are again being challenged as assimilation pressures mount and minority language and education rights regress. So, despite pockets of hope and good practices which should also be brought to the table in the discussions, overall, this is not what we hoped for 3 decades ago. Let us indeed take a sober look at frameworks, norms, and legislation, mechanisms, institutions, and policies, and the good old political will question, to identify how we can constructively move the agenda forward with both regional and global instruments and contexts in mind. Changing the trajectory of tensions and conflict narratives to one of solidarity and cooperation, including in cross-border relations, where minorities are having a positive role that all society and good neighborly relations benefit from, and that this role is properly recognized. This is a critical point. We know that even where minority rights have been well established, the difficulties arise with adequate implementation, especially of the so-called programmatic rights, with no clear benchmarks for what constitutes compliance or violation. So let us also discuss what accountability instruments we have and how those can be improved. Now, let me not abuse your time and turn only quickly to some points on the role of the UN mechanisms and institutions. A key factor, I believe you are here will all agree, is the convening power of the UN. Indeed, the Special Rapporteur has convened us here today to focus on a specific theme, bringing together a broad range of participants with different perspectives. We have the human rights mechanisms, the treaty bodies, and other special procedures who contribute to the authoritative interpretation of norms and arguably also to standard setting, even if that role is ultimately one that falls to the member states. Finally, a few words on the role of the UN Secretariat, including the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. In addition to our role to support the mechanisms of the Human Rights Council as well as the treaty bodies, we have our own contribution to make, both at headquarters and in the field. This is what ultimately matters, as we should never forget that our work aims to improve the lives of real people. In addition to substantive work relating to minority rights and anti-discrimination, we're also actively engaging with other UN entities and agencies on joint action. The Secretary-General's call to action for human rights and its part in the Our Common Agenda places human rights at the center of all UN activities, and just like the background note of today's event states with regard to the declaration, underscores human rights as a problem-solving tool to social and political challenges. Again, as we all know, minority rights are human rights, and this gives us space to explore further the common actions that the UN system can take with regards to minority rights as a distinct field, as well as to mainstreaming them, supporting member states and civil society in their endeavors to make rights a reality. One practical example of relevance to this forum of efforts of the UN system coming together is the UN in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which this year adopted a plan of action aimed at stepping up coordinated support to national counterparts to address hate speech. The most widespread form of hate speech in Bosnia and Herzegovina is along ethnic lines, and it preceded, marked, and followed the 1992-1995 conflict, and it is regrettably practiced also by some political leaders. Hate speech in the form of denial of atrocity crimes and the glorification of condemned war criminals and other divisive rhetoric has instilled deep distrust and even fear among the population, and particularly among communities who survived atrocity crimes. The UN in Bosnia and Herzegovina is committed to coordinated activities to support a range of national actors, including authorities and civil society, in addressing both manifestations and root causes of this phenomenon. I conclude with the commitment to follow the outcome of this and coming deliberations in preparation of the 30th anniversary of the Declaration, and to our continued constructive search for the best way forward for each of us and for all of us, joined by the common objectives to make the implementation of human rights, including minority rights, a reality. Thank you.
We thank you very much for Mrs. Branscaris for a very important statement. And now, all who have worked on minority rights have heard of South Tyrol as one of the oft-quoted best practices in the UN and in other regional fora, and what a privilege it is to have now the governor of the autonomous province of South Tyrol to address this meeting in person. Thank you.
Dear Madam Director, Secretary General, High Commissioner, Special Rapporteur, Your Excellency, dear ladies and gentlemen, we agreed that all of us will take our speeches in English, and I said, of course, one of us will do it in a bad English. I have to apologize for this, and I'll try to do my best. First of all, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. In my capacity as president of the autonomous province of Bozen, South Tyrol, it is an honor and a pleasure to present in this occasion South Tyrol's autonomy as a best practice. South Tyrol is the northernmost province in Italy and is situated in the center of Europe. Today, we are one of the most developed and one of the richest regions in Europe. Daily life in South Tyrol is constantly influenced by its autonomy in schools, administration, judiciary, and toponymy. Anywhere you encounter linguistic and cultural diversity and self-governance. South Tyrol is characterized by the peaceful cohabitation of the German, Italian, and Latin language groups, and South Tyrol's autonomy is considered one of the most successful power-sharing arrangements in the world, thanks to its far-reaching powers and implementation mechanism. This has not always been the case, of course. South Tyrol looks back at a troubled history. At the beginning of the 20th century, South Tyrol was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire until being annexed by Italy following the 1919 Treaty of Saint-Germain. After the fascists came to power in 1922 in Italy, South Tyrol underwent an intensive Italianization process, including the prohibition of German language schools and the German language itself. In 1939, Hitler and Mussolini forced the South Tyroleans to choose between staying in their homeland, but giving up their culture and language, or emigrating to the German Reich. After a fierce propaganda campaign, about 86% of South Tyroleans decided to leave. About 75,000 people emigrated, but the beginning of the Second World War stopped the emigration. After World War II, the so-called Gruber de Gasperi Agreement between Italy and Austria guaranteed autonomous legislative and executive powers and regulations to safeguard the German minority. Nevertheless, the implementation was unsatisfying as South Tyrol was united with the province of Trento to form an autonomous region. The Italian language group was thus in the majority again and was able to overrule the political motions of the German and Latin-speaking minorities. Around 1960, separatists carried out bomb attacks on electricity pylons. Later, there were also fatalities. Meanwhile, Austria brought the South Tyrol issue to the UN General Assembly in New York. Only due to great international attention and the support by our kin state Austria, the situation changed. Crucial for this development have been the two UN resolutions number 1497 and 1661. They were the starting point for the renegotiation between Italy and Austria, and after this first unsatisfying attempt in 1972, a second autonomy statute for South Tyrol came into force. The second autonomy statute transferred most of the legislative and administrative powers to the autonomous province of Bolzano-Bozen, Südtirol, and is considered the fundamental law for the South Tyrol's autonomy. It brought significant improvements in terms of political, financial, cultural, and economic self-government. Today, many experts and politicians are visiting South Tyrol to study autonomy, and we are pleased to be able to consult international organizations, minorities, indigenous peoples, and states all over the world. Of course, South Tyrol's autonomy cannot be exported one by one. Every region has its own specificities to consider. Nevertheless, there are some provisions and instruments which are adaptable also to other realities. First of all, we have a very dynamic concept of autonomy. Legally speaking, the second autonomy statute of 1972 has constitutional rank, and therefore ordinary law can neither interfere with nor change the provisions within the statute. We implemented the autonomy over time mainly by so-called enactment decrees, elaborated by special commissions and bilateral negotiations with the state. The work in the commissions has been very successful, as the members represent the Italian state and the South Tyrol on a numerical level, and all different language groups are present. Secondly, South Tyrol's autonomy arrangement is designed to regulate the balance of power between the language groups. With language equality measures, reserved positions, executive proportionality, public service employment proportionality, and public funding proportionality, this guarantees that the language groups are represented according to their numerical strength and on a political level, but also in a public administration. And this is crucial for peaceful coexistence. Finally, we also have financial autonomy, which is the key to implement and execute the autonomous powers. Due to long negotiations, South Tyrol managed that almost 90% of all taxes paid in South Tyrol remain in South Tyrol. This year, we celebrate the 50 years jubilee of the Second Autonomy Statute. And more than ever, we sense, as one of the best protected minorities in Europe, that we also have to support other minorities to achieve similar things. In that regard, I would like to remember the Bolzano-Bozen Declaration. The colleagues mentioned it before. In 2004, which was addressed to all EU member states and to the European Commission. With the accession of new member states from Central and Eastern Europe countries in the year 2004, minority protection became more crucial for the European Union. Also, the Bolzano-Bozen recommendations from 2008, which are a set of recommendations on national minorities in interstate relations by the OSCE High Commissioner, and national minorities show the importance of interstate diplomacy and bilateral agreements, as it was the case in South Tyrol's history. Let me finish by saying that South Tyrol's model is far from being perfect, and it needs to be further developed and adapted to new challenges of our times. But we are also aware that our autonomy has worked out to pacify a conflict successfully, and the last 50 years have shown that the autonomy has given us the tools to develop our territory economically and socially. South Tyrol is a living example for effective conflict resolution, and we are doing our best to share this knowledge and experience within the EU and worldwide. Our wish is that we might be able to contribute, that other states and minorities are able to coexist peacefully. And let me say at the end, it is this European slogan, united in diversity, that we think it's much more than a slogan for us. It's the goal we try to achieve every day, and it is more than to live together peacefully. It's just an additional value to stay together with different cultures, to respect them, to preserve the identity of every single culture, but then at the end to have this added value to know other cultures and to maybe try to take the best of every culture you're living with. So I hope that other minorities can share this experience with us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kompatscher, for this invaluable insider's perspective on the case of South Tyrol. And it's valuable, in particular, that you emphasize the flexible and adaptable nature of any autonomous arrangement which is to be sustained and effective. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to give the floor to the last but not least, to the last speaker, Special Rapporteur Dr. Fernand de Varenne.
I think I'm shorter than everyone. Köszönöm, Anna Maria. Secretary General Lansky, Tiffany, High Commissioner Abrat Kamanov, Assistant Secretary General Branscaris, Governor Kompatscher, Excellencies, distinguished state representatives and colleagues, minority representatives, experts and participants, meine Damen und Herren, willkommen. Welcome, bienvenue, bonjour tout le monde, dobre dien, bon dia, sas tipe. I will say a few words in French and then continue in the language of Shakespeare, English. Bienvenue au 4e Forum régional pour l'Europe et l'Asie centrale pour les questions relatives aux minorités. Permettez que je prononce d'abord quelques paroles à cette session d'ouverture en tant que rapporteur spécial ayant convoqué ce forum régional et qui est tenu en ligne et en personne pour la première fois depuis le début de la pandémie, grâce à l'appui indéfectible et depuis toujours du gouvernement de la République d'Autriche et la coordination de l'Institut Tom Lantosh et de nombreux bénévoles et organisations partenaires œuvrant dans le domaine des droits humains et des droits des minorités. The four 2022 regional forums on minorities, of which this is the opening, will mark, as you've already heard, this year, the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities in 1992. It's important to understand the context and history which 30 years ago led to this declaration, because there were in Europe dramatic upheavals and turbulent times in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Conflicts including the breakup of Yugoslavia, the war in Bosnia, the separatist violence in Corsica, France, Basque Country in Spain, Northern Ireland, and many others during this this dark period, mainly involving competing nationalisms and grievance claims from minorities. We could even say that just like today, it was a particularly dark period in Europe. A dark period which ensured, however, significant and political and intellectual efforts to address these difficult times. This is the context which led not only to the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, but also the adoption of instruments and treaties such as the Council of Europe's Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, the UN's Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, of course, as we just said, but also, as we heard earlier, the creation of the mandate of the OSCE's High Commissioner on National Minorities in 1992, and in 1993, the adoption of the Copenhagen membership criteria for a country to join the European Union, which included, and I think we need to remember this, included stability of institutions, guaranteeing democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and especially respect for and protection of minorities. I think we've forgotten about that, perhaps too much. And what is also perhaps not appreciated sufficiently is that this was a period in Europe and internationally when it was acknowledged through these, never before seen, by the way, legal and political steps. These were seen as steps necessary to ensure peace and stability through justice, and steps necessary for the protection of minorities and their rights. It was a promise of respect for the human rights of minorities by developing instruments to make this promise a reality on the ground. There is still much to do in these areas, always keeping in mind that minority rights are human rights. Many of you maybe remember that this was a period of optimism and that we were perhaps naive to think that these promises, because most of them, even though they were very positive developments, were more in the nature of promises commitments. And they were, in fact, in a positive sense, more detailed and absolutely necessary and welcome standards which were being made in a solemn way, but not always backed up with very solid enforcement mechanisms. The UN Declaration, as you all know, is not a legal instrument. It is more in the nature of a political statement of commitments. The Framework Convention is, well, a framework, not a directly applicable treaty in national law, despite some experts who have tried to argue differently. The European Charter on Regional or Minority Languages very explicitly states that no one, no individual or community, has any rights under that treaty. So while it is a legally binding instrument, on the one hand, on the other, it removes or takes away any enforcement by saying that no one can claim any right under it. And of course, as you all know, the European Court of Human Rights cannot be used directly as a court of law to try to ensure compliance with those two treaties in Europe. The last 30 years, and we've heard this from some of the earlier speakers, particularly more recently, have not always been generous to minorities. If I were to simplify and summarize how minority issues are being dealt in Europe right now, I would go so far as to say that what we are dealing with currently is not stability, it's not stagnation, but regression. The Council of Europe's Framework Convention and the European Charter treaties have very light enforcement mechanisms, and let's be honest, they are too often simply ignored by state signatories. Some, perhaps even many, of which appear to not consider them truly legally binding or enforceable. Minorities themselves, in a number of countries, are frustrated that so-called rights or legal obligations can be so easily dismissed, and that the periodical review procedures can take years, even decades, to address violations of their rights, their human rights. The cavalier way these legal commitments are being dealt with is contributing to a loss of faith in the goodwill or effectiveness of regional mechanisms that were supposed to protect minorities, their cultures, their languages, in short, their identities. From a global perspective, it has to be said that there is also, in some countries, an impression, at least an impression, of growing hostility, or at least intolerance, towards the cultures, language, or religions of minorities, which is exemplified by the growing limitations to, and even fairly clear outright prohibition of, teaching in minority languages in public schools, and even in private schools. And we saw with the European Union last year a deeply disturbing development. Despite the massive backing of over 1 million EU citizens, this and the support of the European Parliament in a resolution with over 75% of supporting votes, and as well as a great number of national and regional government endorsements, including the Bundestag of Germany, the Second Chamber of the Netherlands, the Parliament of Hungary, the Landtag of Schleswig-Holstein, Lower Saxony and Brandenburg, the Landtag of the Autonomous Province of Bolzano-Südtirol, and the Frisian Parliament. Despite all of that support, the European Commission simply rejected, out of hand, the European petition campaign called the Minority Safe Back European Citizens Initiative for the adoption of a set of legal acts to improve the protection of minorities and strengthen cultural and linguistic diversity in the Union. We are also seeing, in recent years, a dramatic increase, what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called a tsunami of hate speech in social media targeting mainly minorities, and a corresponding increase in violent attacks and hate crimes against, once again, mainly minorities, including in Europe. Social media platforms have become propaganda megaphones and now amplify intolerance and prejudice in this spewing of hate and racism, reaching almost immediately huge numbers, not only hundreds of thousands, but even millions of individuals around the world, where you have mainly minorities being vilified, singled out, lined up in some cases, even killed, because they belong to dehumanized others, usually, overwhelmingly, by the way, minorities. The data available in some countries where this is reliable suggests that more than 3/4 of hate crimes are aimed at minorities. And it seems that this is around the same proportion when we talk of those who are mainly targeted by hate speech. We're also seeing, and we've heard this before this morning, an instrumentalizing of, English is not my first language either, instrumentalizing of prejudices and scapegoating of minorities, of incitement to discrimination against minorities, once again, by populist politicians for their own short-term electoral gains. It seems that we have forgotten that the Holocaust, the Shoah, did not start with gas chambers. It started with hate speech against a minority, the Jewish minority, and also members of the Roma minorities in Europe. Minorities, again, I never thought we would say this. Minorities, again, are being demonized as never before since the end of the Second World War, in ways that are real-world threats to justice and peace. In recent decades, conflicts overwhelmingly are internal, intrastate conflicts, usually with an ethnic or religious dimension. Since 2010, the number of major violent conflicts has tripled around the world. And let me repeat that, tripled. And much of the increase is in the rise of intrastate conflicts, and usually involving minorities, according to the World Group Strategy for Fragility, Conflict and Violence of 2020-2025. The world has become, we must admit, a darker, nastier place. And it would be naive to say that the instruments we currently have in place, and especially the absence of effective mechanisms for their enforcement, we'd be naive to say that these are sufficient to address the threatening clouds and growing storm signs we are seeing all around us, including in Europe. The us versus them paradigm mixed in with feelings of injustice, combined with perceived discrimination, are re-emerging even more strongly as potent factors of division rather than inclusion and acceptance in European societies. Majoritarian nationalism and its darker exclusionary elements are returning, as are tensions in different parts of Europe and the instrumentalization of minority grievances for political gains. Tensions are rising, again in places where minority issues have perhaps never completely been resolved, such as Northern Ireland, Kosovo, Cyprus, Corsica, Spain, not to mention recent and current wars in the complex context in areas such as places, as we all know, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and others. It's not all doom and gloom, however, because there are good practices. There are lessons to be learned. There are patterns that can be put into place, what could be called shining beacons of light in Europe. Governments in Italy, in Moldova, and in Finland, for example, have in place legislation, autonomy, consultative, and participatory arrangements for minorities, in places such as Gagauzia, the Öland Islands, and as we've heard, the Bolzano-Südtirol situation. And these should be highlighted as models and inspiration, much more than they are, because, well, those examples have been very successful examples, as we've heard, and respectful of the identities and rights of minorities on their territories. As you've heard earlier, this year is also the anniversary of the 30 years after the South Tyrolean dispute was settled by Italy and Austria before the United Nations in 1992. And this was considered an international dispute between Italy and Austria. And as some of you will remember, there was in fact the emergence of a violence. It was beginning to be a conflict. And there were a number of people who were being killed. They were killed in the 1960s by separatists over the claims involving their rights, status, and the protection of the German-speaking minority. The autonomous status and arrangements that we heard earlier resulted in a considerable level of self-government and financial resources for the province of Bolzano-Bozen, and especially significant linguistic and cultural guarantees in areas such as education and proportional employment and representation in the civil service and other areas of employment. The anniversary of the end of the South Tyrolean dispute is, in my view, also the anniversary of a very successful process towards peace and stability through justice, and should be a shining example to keep in mind, as we will have to eventually consider how to deal with the fallout of the war in Ukraine. It should also be, as is the example of the autonomy of this region, a reminder of the need within Europe to become more serious to avoid tensions around language, culture, and participation of minorities. This regional forum, centered on the second anniversary, the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration, is therefore, it has to be kept in mind, historically speaking, a response to the reconfiguration of the international order following the end of the Cold War and the disintegration of the Soviet Union when the fate of minorities was at stake. These two anniversaries at the UN and of the South Tyrolean dispute are key opportunities. They are opportunities to take stock of the state of minority rights protection, to identify gaps in minority protection regimes, and to assess how such gaps fuel threats to minorities and the protection of their rights, and an opportunity, perhaps today and tomorrow, to look forward, to make recommendations on the ways forward. I would even dare to say this is a historical opportunity to seize, because the human rights of minorities, and let me say this very clearly, are today, perhaps even more so than 30 years ago, less well acknowledged and protected than most other human rights. And what of the theme for today's regional forum? Review, rethink, and renew? I forget even the theme.
Reform.
Reform, thank you. As has often been said, it is during the darkest moments that we must focus to see the light. The challenges are immense and urgent to strengthen in the concrete and make concrete the obligations that have been recognized in the UN Declaration. Promises that are too often ignored or set aside when it's not convenient to respect. It is time to review, rethink, and reform. We have to remember those three words. Reform the global recognition, protection, and promotion of the rights of minorities for a secure life in a diverse and just world, and putting these noble principles into practice by recognizing, as the first words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proclaim, the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. The time has come for a reboot, to pivot from the darker to the future, and to focus more on new policies, initiatives, and approaches on making the promises and commitments from the 1990s a reality on the ground. That is what ultimately matters. Please allow me to make just a very few brief observations, because you do apparently have a human right to food that is somewhere contained, to make a few observations on the importance of your discussions and insights for the next 2 days. Different regions have very different contexts and conditions. And the UN Forum on Minority Issues holds every year, over a day and a half in Geneva, at the end of the year. Well, it has limited time and space to clearly deal with the various challenges around the world. So the regional forums, or holding regional forums under my mandate, allows for us to take into account and hear much more loudly and clearly and in depth the voices and expertise of regional minorities, and take them into account when submitting recommendations to the UN Human Rights Council, as we'll be explaining later on today and tomorrow. I cannot sufficiently emphasize the importance of this forum for this region in order to better understand and appreciate the variety and richness, of course, of your contexts, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, to provide a more accessible opportunity for you to express yourselves and share your experience, your insights, your knowledge with my United Nations mandate. But more immediately today and tomorrow, we hope you'll be able to draft precise and appropriate recommendations on the themes you will be exploring shortly, recommendations that reflect your context and challenges, and which deal first and foremost on how we can move forward in better recognizing, protecting, and putting into place the rights of minorities in Europe and Central Asia. And in closing, the recommendations which will emanate from this regional forum process will then be formatted and summarized and made available for the deliberations of the UN Forum on Minorities this December in Geneva. And they will also be added in an annex to my annual report to the UN Human Rights Council in March 2023. Finally, I would like to mention one more celebration, one which is more joyous and linked to one of Europe's largest religious minorities, the end of Ramadan last night. Ramadan Karim. And now, without any further ado, I will cede the floor to the chair, Madame Biro, of the Tom Lantos Institute, which will explain the rules of proceedings for this regional forum. Anna Maria, the floor is yours. Mesdames et messieurs, meine Damen und Herren, danke schön, merci beaucoup, et bonne délibération.
Thank you very much, Special Rapporteur Fernand de Varenne, for your extremely insightful speech, in which you highlighted some of the adverse circumstances under which this regional forum will have to engage in a constructive mode of addressing minority issues for the future. I would like to thank again for all the distinguished keynote speakers for their extremely insightful speeches. I would have to now lay out the rules of proceedings for the rest of the regional forum, but since so much of the rules of proceedings were already addressed by the special rapporteur, I would just like to remind you that you will deliver interventions of 2 minutes and not longer than that. Then while doing that, you will have to stick to and uphold UN standards, especially in referring to countries and territories, but this will also be made clear by the moderators of these meetings. You know already from your agenda the structure of the meeting, which is organized along 4 consecutive panels, with the final session summarizing all the recommendations which were made during this forum and giving you the final chance to comment on them if you think they need to be revised. You also know that this is a hybrid format, and you got a guide which explains to you how to use this hybrid format. So I would like you to go back to that. And this brings to an end this opening session. I would again like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their statements. And after this, we shall begin the first thematic session, Normative Framework, Existing Norms and Interpretations. And without further ado, thank you again. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just about to start the first session of this regional forum. Absolutely delighted to be here. Huge thanks to the Special Rapporteur and the Tom Lantos Institute for all the organisation that has taken place so far, and I really hope that the smoothness continues as we move on into these sessions. I have the easy job, as long as you all behave, of moderating this session. My speakers, two of whom I have online and two of whom I have here, have the most difficult job. They are the experts. My job is to keep them to time and also to keep your interventions to time, but to encourage as many as possible. I'd like to say that anybody who is here physically, if you would either raise your hand or go and see my colleague Evelyn if you want to pose a question at the end of the speaking session. And for everyone online, please just raise your hand I think one of my colleagues will make sure that I take you all in turn, and I will be alternating between online and physical interventions. I am Mina Varma. I'm the Executive Director of the International Dalit Solidarity Network, but I'm also the Chair of the Minority Rights Group International, which is based in London, Budapest, and in Kampala in Uganda. We have offices also, people around the globe, so this is a very, very close to our heart, this session, and my colleague Sophia is here somewhere, so if you want to know a little bit more about MRG, please do go and speak to her. I will introduce the participants briefly, but I just want to remind you that there will be simultaneous interpretation available in English, French, Russian, and Romani, and that each of you, for any translation, will need to have downloaded the Interactio app onto your device and use headphones in order to access that translation. And we will have presentations of 10 minutes from each of our experts, which, as I said, will be followed by intervention from all of you. And also, we really encourage you to submit your recommendations in writing via the Interactio chat function or by email to Marcus Oda. And I'm sure my colleagues at Tom Lantos Institute will make sure that you have the right email address in which to submit recommendations. So without further ado, I'm delighted also to see Manfred online, so hopefully he can also see us. And he will be our first speaker, and he is the Secretary General of the Global Campus of Human Rights. Now, I'm giving very brief introductions to these speakers. Please, please, please do go online to have a look at the full program, because their full bios are available and they're very worth reading. But without more ado, I am going to now pass over to Manfred for our first session. And Manfred, at 10 minutes, I will give you a little warning. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much, Mina, and dear Excellencies, friends, participants in this regional forum. I'm very grateful that the Global Campus of Human Rights actually has been invited by Fernand de Varenne to cooperate with the Special Rapporteur in the organization also and the implementation of the different regional fora, since we are a network about 100 universities around the world. I hope that many of our experts will also participate in this fora. I really should say that I'm extremely sorry. I wanted to be with you, and yesterday I tested positive, so I am in quarantine in the moment, and unfortunately can't be with you in person. I am providing, and I'm now sharing my screen. I hope that you can see the PowerPoint presentation now. Can I have a short response whether it works?
Can somebody please respond?
Yeah, Mina,
Yeah.
do you see the PowerPoint? Yeah.
No, I don't.
Uh-huh. Is it now working? It was working before when we were testing it.
I'm afraid not at the moment, Manfred.
It's very strange, I think.
I think my colleague Sean is trying to help sort it out.
Yeah, because without it will be...
I won't count this as your 10 minutes.
Yeah, it always disappears when I put it down there. I think now, yeah.
Sean, have we got an update? Yeah, he's just trying to get it on the platform right now.
Yeah,
it's still...
okay. Yeah, you tell me when it's working.
We knew there'd be some technical hitch. In fact, Anna Maria has been worrying about it for at least 2 days. Maybe, Manfred, you can give us an outline of what you're going to speak about when the PowerPoint comes.
Okay. Yeah, I will give, of course, can only be a short overview of the normative framework, both in the United Nations and a little bit also in European organizations. Much has been already said in the opening statements by the speaker in the morning session.
We have it.
Yeah, you got it?
Yeah. Can everybody see that? Fantastic. Go ahead, Manfred.
Okay. So, I mean, as is well known, during the time between the two world wars, minority protection was one of the main also predecessors of the current human rights protection system, based on peace treaties for Austria, Saint-Germain and Trianon and others that contained specific provisions for the protection of minorities. And the League of Nations has set up a minority committee. Altogether, about 650 petitions were brought to the committee. The Permanent Court of International Justice rendered a number of decisions, but also advisory opinions on minority schools in Albania, for instance, or Upper Silesia. But altogether, there was a lack of effective implementation, but it set the standard for minority protection also after World War II. Although the states then were fairly cautious. There was really a split between what we would call the European protection, and in particular Central and Eastern European protection of minority rights, and on the one hand, and the classical immigration countries like the US, Canada, New Zealand, Australia not being very fond because they were afraid that a special minority protection would also then be applied to the immigrant communities, so the old and the new minorities. And we see that already in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which does not contain any specific right, neither the right to of peoples to self-determination, nor the right. Now again, I'm sorry, it's again gone from my screen now. Can you still see it?
Yes, we can.
But I can't see it anymore, and I can't move it. Yeah, does it now work?
Yeah, you're presenting yourself, presenting it as well now. So I think I don't really know. Can you see it?
I can. Yeah, I can see it now. As if you can see it, it's fine. I can.
Yes,
see it.
we can see it.
Yeah, but I cannot move it. That's the problem.
Slide and somebody will move it for you.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you need the next slide now?
Yes. So that's now I have it. Yeah. So, and the fact that there was no specific provision on the right to self-determination and minority protection was one of the reasons why the socialist states, the Soviet Union and its allies, but also the former Yugoslavia, were actually abstaining finally when the Universal Declaration was adopted by the General Assembly. Even in the Council of Europe, the European Convention on Human Rights does not contain any specific provision on minority protection. It only says there should be no discrimination also based on the ground of an association with a national minority. But in reality, that doesn't really play a major role. There was one or two cases on Roma protection. Of course, the Genocide Convention, the Racial Discrimination Convention were major steps in the direction also protecting minorities. But in my opinion, the most important contribution came from the United Nations Subcommission on the Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities, which was later in 1999 then renamed the Subcommission on Human Rights, and it's now the Advisory Council of the Human Rights Council. They played a very important role. It was established already in 1947, and there were many reports. They were essential in including also a special minority provision into the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And also the definition of minorities really came very much from the Cappadocia report, but also up to the adoption of the Minority Declaration. Next slide, please. Yeah. That brings me to the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and there again it were primarily the socialist states that insisted to have both the right of peoples to self-determination included, a self-standing, and that's very important, right to equality before the law, equal protection of the law, but also prohibition of any form of discrimination and protection against discrimination by private actors. So it's a very broad right to equality, and that is also in the work of the United Nations closely interlinked. Article 27 is the only provision in a United Nations treaty later to the Convention on the Rights of the Child that really contains a right that in states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist. So you will see that there's no mentioning of national minorities because it was felt that they were close to the peoples, and Article 1. And it is members of these minorities. It's an individual, not a group right. Persons belonging to such minorities should not be the right in community with the other members, so a collective element to enjoy their culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. And there has been quite a rich practice of the United Nations Human Rights Committee. On the one hand, in the state reporting procedure, we also have a general comment of 1994, but also on the basis of about 52 complaints, individual complaints. They developed a practice in the case law. And interestingly enough, most individual cases actually emanated from indigenous peoples. They were clearly recognized as minorities, whether it's in Canada, we have quite a number of cases, the Lovelace case already at the very beginning, but then also the Lubican Lake Band and the Mi'kmaq Tribal Society against Canada. We had also cases for Sami, Kitok versus Sweden, and Landsman versus Finland. Maoika versus New Zealand, a very important case regarding the Maori community in New Zealand. Deergaard versus Namibia, etc. So we have quite many cases dealing with minority issues. Also in Latin America, Poma versus Peru, for instance, that they have special rights. And then, it is a little bit controversial, but according to the Human Rights Committee, minority protection also applies to non-citizens. In Europe, the idea is more that minorities need to be long established and citizens of the state, where they then also aim for special protection. The Human Rights Committee always again said no, also non-citizens can actually apply, but there should be a certain element of stability, not necessarily 3 generations, but that comes from where they exist. But the existence of a minority does not depend on state recognition. It depends on objective criteria that distinguishes the minority from a majority. Also, of course, if it's a numerical majority, like for instance the African community in South Africa, which was oppressed in an inferior position, but not being regarded as a minority. And in a famous general comment, they also said minority protection is part of customary international law. Next slide, please. As I said already before, the only other binding treaty, Human Rights Treaty of the United Nations, that deals with minorities is the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And there, the states, when they drafted it, took already into account that they speak about, again, ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities or persons of indigenous origin. So they are also linking both together. For the rest, it's very similar to the covenant. Next slide, please.
Couple of minutes, because obviously of all the technical hitches, but we are up to 10 minutes already, just to let you know.
I will do my best, but I still wanted to go
I know,
through
absolutely.
the declaration. Of course, we are now celebrating 30 years. We heard it already in the morning. And it was drafted already. It started in the early 80s, so it's not really a reaction to the minority conflicts at the beginning of the 90s. It was drafted on the basis of a Yugoslav or more Yugoslav proposals. And as Peter Lansky already said, the Austrian delegation played a very important role. They always felt in the United Nations they have the main responsibility for the advancement of minority protection. My former Professor Felix Ermacora played a very important role, one of the most outstanding minority experts. And I have been myself involved, actually. I was member of the Austrian delegation between 1986 and 1993, when we actually drafted in this commission and working group the minority declaration, but also basing ourselves on the Capotorte report, how to define minorities, and also a famous report of the Norwegian expert Asbjørn Eide in the subcommission in 1990. It requires states to protect the existence and the national, ethnic, cultural, religious, linguistic identity of minorities by all kinds of measures that states have to take. Next slide, please. And similar with indigenous peoples, there are treaties by the ILO already, an early one, but the most important one is the ILO Convention 169 of 1989. At the UN level, it took quite some time until finally in 2007, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was adopted as a declaration, non-binding, but a very important standard setting. In particular, that indigenous peoples were awarded the right to self-determination. That means autonomy in particular. And there are many different rights that indigenous peoples should have according to the UN Declaration. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Yeah. Finally, for the UN, there are special mechanisms for the protection of minorities and indigenous peoples. The oldest one is the UN Permanent Forum that brings really together indigenous peoples representatives with governments and an annual meeting in New York. It was established by ECOSOC already in 2000. So we see in the 1990s and then 2000s, there is a new trend to develop standards and also mechanisms. This is also the special rapporteur on the rights of indigenous people. Rodolfo Stavenhagen was the first one. And now there is an indigenous person from Guatemala. Later then also the special rapporteur on minority issues, we know Fernand de Varenne, in order to facilitate the implementation of the 1992 declaration. We also have the UN Annual Forum on Minority Issues that is closely collaborating with the Special Rapporteur and many other stakeholders from governments, non-governmental organizations, experts, etc. And finally, the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples, which was also established by the Human Rights Council in 2007 in order to facilitate the implementation of the Indigenous Peoples Declaration. Next slide, and they are very short.
Okay, so very
slides,
short.
as we heard already before, also by Fernand, that the Council of Europe reacted to the minority conflicts in the early 90s with the Charter for Regional Minority Languages, but as you see, not all, only about half of the Council of Europe members actually ratified it, and it's also very weak in its implementation, monitored by a committee of experts, but no real individual rights. Next slide is the Framework Convention on the Protection of National Minorities. Has more states parties, but it's a framework convention monitored by an advisory committee of the Committee of Ministers, and also not having a very strong, really, impact. And as Fernand said, it's often not really followed or violated by states and also states parties. And the last slide brings us to the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities. We have heard already Kairat Abdrakhmanov from Kazakhstan, the current mandate holder. I think at the beginning, when it was established also 30 years ago, Max van der Stoel did quite a lot to develop this preventive and silent diplomacy instrument in order to prevent the outbreak of armed conflicts as soon as there are minority tensions. There are all kinds of diplomatic possibilities. And in reality, the High Commissioner has done quite a lot. All the different High Commissioners, they have done quite a lot to prevent minority conflicts into escalating really in more violent conflicts, also by means of early warnings, for instance, in 1999 to Northern Macedonia in relation to the Albanian minority, but also to Kyrgyzstan in 2010 relating to the Uzbek minority. So that's my last slide. saying thank you. Sorry for having had this technical problems, and therefore
we also apologize here, Manfred, and hope that you'll stay where possible and listen. And obviously, we will come to the interactive dialogue and other interventions at the end of the sessions. I will pass with no further ado to Sia Ackerman, Director, Associate Professor in International Law, the Åland Islands Peace Institute. I know, Sia, you've already communicated with Manfred so that you have your presentations in tune, so that's great. So I'm going to hand straight over to you, introducing Sia, everyone. Thank you very much. Also online, as you will notice.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me now. Yeah. Yes, very nice. I will not go into any niceties, even though it's wonderful to be able to participate in this discussion, simply because the theme is too important to leave for niceties, and we leave the discussion for later on. It is clear also by the presentation of Professor Novak that minorities is a perennial question. It's not a question that we will ever be able to solve once and for all. It will always have new dimensions, however we draw borders, however we move people, however we organize our states. It was an issue in the beginning of the 20th century. It was an issue at the end of the Cold War. And of course, it is very much an issue also today. It is, in fact, one of the greatest issues that international law has been dealing with ever since the 17th century, at least. This is, of course, by necessity so, since we have a number of completely different living conditions, geographical circumstances, societal and political traditions, languages and ways of life, even if we only stick to this European Asian Regional Forum that you are kindly organizing today. It is in fact also 25 years for me since I published my original book on minorities, and the main theme in that argument was that there are varying justificatory grounds for minority protection, and across time those justificatory grounds have been peace and security, avoiding conflict. Secondly, the individual dignity of persons and groups. Thirdly, the protection and promotion of their cultures. And fourthly, I have argued more recently that what has happened since 1992 is the turn to the participatory aspects. That is the turn to inclusion and giving voice. And we see that not only legal terms in the way issues of participation have attracted a lot of attention, but also in social movements such as Black Lives Matter, the Indigenous movements, and why not all the opposition to harassment, bullying, and also sexual harassment. So, this is the background, and I have been asked to identify gaps in the UN Declaration on Minority Rights, and I have clustered them in 4 big themes. I'm happy with all the problems of the technical. I'm happy I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I will present them very shortly first, and then I will go a little bit into some of them in more detail. The first cluster of issues, which is not spelled out, even though elements of it are there in the UN Declaration of 1992, is expressing and contextualizing the need for balance between, on the one hand, identity and difference, and on the other hand, inclusion and interaction. Cluster number 2 has to deal with the need for and attention to sustainable and inclusive development of minority regions. Cluster number 3 has to do with the transnational and regional parameters of the lives of minorities, minority rights across borders, if you so want. And finally, cluster number 4 has to do with the need for attention and caution in using armed force and force more generally in minority regions. So, going into these clusters, especially I will put most focus on cluster 2 and 3. But a few words about this. First, the need for balance between difference and identity on the one hand, and inclusion on the other. We have seen in research, both research on linguistic rights, multilingualism, and the coexistence between minority languages and the languages of states, majority languages or official languages, depending on what terms are used, as well as in studies concerning integration indicators as a tool for the implementation of the Ljubljana guidelines. This is an effort that was made for the OSCE. The Ljubljana guidelines of 2012, which deal with integration in society as well as affirming minorities. We have seen in all these different contexts that there is often a gap, either a very strong emphasis on identity, difference, affirmation of languages, cultures, and so on, or in other occasions, a very, very strong emphasis on integration, then the egalitarian aspect above all, not allowing for asymmetry or allowing for special arrangements. And this inhibits, in my understanding, both the creation of common spaces and interaction between majority and minority populations. And this was not a big debate in the early 90s. I think it is all the more a debate today. The second cluster, then, which I think is extremely important today because it is linked to the issue of sustainable development and inclusive development of minority regions, is also concerned with the sustainable development goals. And I'm very happy that the Special Rapporteur, Fernand de Varenne, called last year for submissions on the theme of the importance and relevance of sustainable development goals for the rights of minorities and the position of minorities. It is interesting that there was much, much more attention on the economic and structural conditions of minorities in the early 20th century in the work of the League of Nations. And today, I think we are coming back to these, the physical, geographical, the place where we live and work and where we have our natural environment. There are elements, of course, in the UN declaration, but I think this needs to be spelled out because many of the physical environments where minorities live, also in the Asian context as well as in Europe, are being destructed, not least with regard to indigenous populations and peoples. And in this regard, small peoples and small languages, small minorities do not have the political power to mobilize for the development of the region or to mobilize for the protection of the region. So it is clear that it is the responsibility of states to materialize the conditions precisely as formulated in the UN declaration to create the positive conditions, favorable conditions, as it is stated in Article 2, paragraph Article 4, paragraph 2 of the Universal Declaration. Turning now to the issue of cross-border protection and minorities across borders, there are a number of issues related to this cluster. We have the effects of digitalization, trans-border cooperations and regional integration, kin-state relations, and also interstate dispute settlement. In this regard, we can take note of the Venice Commission work on the cautiousness that has to be shown by kin states in their treatment of national minorities in other countries. And similarly, the OSCE has been working on the basis of the Bolzano guidelines on interstate relations. We also have a number of interreg programs and efforts on regional integration where minorities play an increasingly active role. And these questions are not only for minorities in well-established big minorities, but also all kinds of situations of seasonal workers, commuting workers, and herders who have to pass over borders. And I will just say, now there's an echo.
1 minute warning.
Yes, I was just going to come to my fourth cluster, which has to do with the restrictive use of force force in minority regions and against minorities. I think it is clear with the authoritarian turns and nationalistic turns that we see in global politics and developments that the use of violence is proliferating and is highly problematic. And as we have seen in several cases, there is a high risk when violence is used against minorities that it will eventually also be used against majorities, because there will be majorities, people in majorities who react, and then we will have a furthering of authoritarianism. For that reason, taking into account the presence and languages used in police matters, as well as in the armed forces, in various security sectors, and ensuring that minority regions are not hit by the use of force is becoming more and more important today. Thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute to the discussions. I have sent these gaps identified also to the special rapporteur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sia. And again, the same request, please do stay with us for the interventions later. And I just want to say, on the basis of a couple of the things that Sia mentioned, it would be great if participants also promote their own participation in this event on social media, using official hashtags of the regional forum, hashtag Minority Forum, hashtag Minority Forum Europe, and hashtag Minority Forum Central Asia. They were really snappy hashtags. Well done, guys. So I will now come back to Laurent Vinches. I'm sure I didn't pronounce that right, which is why I was only going to say Laurent. Member of the European Parliament and President, Federal Union of European Nationalities. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Mina, and good afternoon to all of you. Well, first of all, also on my side, I would like to praise the special rapporteur, Mr. Fernand de Varenne, and the Tom Lantos Institute for organizing, again, a regional forum in Europe. It is important to have these discussions because there are not so many in Europe where we are able to debate the challenges that national minorities face. And I would like also to highlight the importance that Austria as a state is promoting minority rights. Maybe in Austria itself there is no debate in the public sphere about minority rights, but the commitment of Austria on European and international stage is very important because it continues this long-time commitment of Austria. Just 2 weeks ago, we had an event at the Austrian Parliament on Roma issues, and practically we agreed with President Wolfgang Sobotka that Austria would like to initiate even new projects on regional level as well in minority rights and Roma rights particularly. So, dear friends and partners, it is good to be in the second panel because I can already reflect to things that have been said in the first panel, in the introductory remarks. And I tend to agree with let's say, the conclusion of all the interventions that would say that minorities, ethnic minorities, are a neglected group in Europe, and we cannot see significant improvement in minority rights. So the question is an open one. If after the 30 years of this document, Europe is a better place for minorities? Is it a more stable place geopolitically? The tensions in the Western Balkans, or even the Ukrainian anti-minority legal measures against the minorities before the war should not be ignored in this frame. Now, if the answer is that we are not in a better situation, the question arises, what would minorities need actually? And that is recognition, proper legal framework, and the implementation of that legal framework. As opposed to that, what some states are ready to offer, domination and assimilation towards the minority groups. The historical experience shows us that on state level, those states who were open to the minority question managed to find a good solutions, and they have a good status quo. And who can say that it is a good status quo? If you ask the minorities, and themselves they are satisfied with the situation. But other states were able to move only on international pressure and when trying to solve conflicts. So from a sober look, as the Assistant Secretary General expressed herself, on a sober look what we have in Europe today. We already had the reference on the Minority Safe Pack initiative that at the EU level was practically rejected by the European Commission, though it expressed a very strong voice, and it was a bottom-up initiative that was started by the Federal Union of European Nationalities, but then had a lot of partners, minority organizations, but state parties and regional governments as well. And yet the European Commission refused to propose legal acts based on the Minority Safe Pack initiative. So we went to a legal debate, legal battle with the European Commission, not the first one, because from the very start, they did not want to register this initiative. We were not able to collect the signatures until the court said that it is possible because the European Union is able to propose legal acts that support the linguistic and cultural diversity in the EU. So this was again ignored by the Commission, so we are asking for legal remedy from the court in Luxembourg. And we had already reference also on the Council of Europe, because we have there two legal instruments, the Framework Convention and the Language Charter, where we lack the implementation of these legal tools. The monitoring and the implementation is not strong enough. We had a review of the Council of Europe mechanisms last year during the Hungarian presidencies, and it clearly stated that much more needs to be done, and it is time for a review of the legal instruments. If you think logically, after 30 years, so many things happened. So many challenges arise that it is normal that we need to adapt the legal instruments. Now, I think the role of the European and international organizations is enormous, because there we would need the courage and responsibility of these international organizations. They need not only to come up with new solutions, new legal frameworks, but also to encourage sharing and coordinating the good solutions from some regions, from some member states. Now, what is in reflection to that the answer of some member states, or even the answer from international organizations such as the European Commission with its intergovernmental level, is reluctance, the expression of historical sensitivities, reference to old-fashioned treaties that cannot hold hostage groups. Modernization is on us. We need improvement. We need to create new and updated frameworks. And this can be done only by international organizations. Now, I recognize international organizations are made up by their members, the member states. In the group of these member states, there are many who are able to act, and they should have the courage to act. As we mentioned, Austria, but many other states, look at Germany, for example, that had a Bundestag resolution supporting the Minority SafePack initiative, and the European promotion of minority rights would not be possible to imagine just a few years ago. And even the new coalition agreement in Germany includes this reference on minority rights. So we can have a number of states that can propose in the international organization much more that they did so far. And again, appealing to Austria, and I hope they will keep up allocating institutional, diplomatic, and financial efforts to this course. I like very much the mottos of this conference with the review, rethink, and reform, because we need a moment to stop and to look around us and realize that the legal frameworks from at the level of international organizations have been made by people and have to be revised by people. And maybe it is our generation who after 30 years can find the new solutions. So I would like to present some proposals to the regional forum on our behalf as the Federal Union of European Nationalities that we already sent to the Secretariat, but maybe I can elaborate a bit. We believe that the EU should build a comprehensive policy framework for protecting the rights of autochthonous national and linguistic minorities and their cultural heritage. And this should include an EU-level monitoring system concerning the situation of minorities. Now here, we refer always to minorities as being a group that is smaller than the majority, but this is not a qualitative reference that minority rights are human rights. That I fully agree with that. And the second explanation is that we must refer to groups of minority people. I mean, individuals are just individuals. They live, they have their life, they can move to other spaces, but once they are together, they form the group, they form the collectivity who should be the subject of the international law. The EU should also develop stronger cooperation with the UN and the Council of Europe in the field of minority protection and promotion. We always refer to the Copenhagen criteria of the newly admitted EU states, member states, but following the accession to the member states of the EU should follow the Copenhagen criteria. And the last proposal is that the EU should strengthen the integration of the promotion and protection of autonomous minority and regional languages into its policy on multilingualism and linguistic diversity. Why is this important? Because For the European Union today, linguistic diversity means the diversity of the 23 official languages. And it neglects the 90% of other languages that are spoken in the EU. The state languages don't need protection. They will protect themselves because they have a whole state apparatus defending them, while the small languages, those who don't even have a kin state, are much more fragile, and some of that are endangered and can be lost for the next generation. So that is what the EU should promote and do more. So I stop here because my time probably passed.
It was pretty perfect.
Yeah, I'm former radio journalist, so okay. I know the minutes. So thanks a lot.
A round of applause for Lauren, please. Thank you very much. Ignacio, before I pass to you, I just want to say for the interactive dialogue, I will be taking hands up online on a first-come, first-served basis. So if you want to make sure that your hand is up, I will come to you online. And similarly, for those participants who are here today, please either raise your hand or go and see my colleague Evelyn, who will get your name down onto a list, and that will then be passed to me in order for me to alternate between the two. So without further ado, I will then pass over to Ignacio. Ignacio is the Professor of Consejería de Educación y Ciencia de Historia. Ignacio, over you too. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is an honor for me to participate in this forum. Before I start, I would like to thank the organization committee for their invitation. I am going to talk to you today from my experience in the NGO Iniciativa por l'Asturiano, which works in a network with ELEN, European Language Equality Network, at European level. I think that talking about my language is a good example for what is happening with many other languages in Europe. As you may know, Asturian is a Romance language which is spoken in a strip of land running north to south and surrounded by the linguistic areas of Spanish and Galician Portuguese in Spain and in a small area of Portugal. Owing to the progress of Spanish and Portuguese in this territory during the last several centuries, the further to the south one looks, the narrower the strip becomes the legal recognition of the language. Throughout the 40-year dictatorship of General Franco, language spoken in the Spanish state, other than Castilian, faced prohibition and repression, even in the last years of the regime, when punishment was soft and they were tolerated in certain areas. During this period, the use of this language in public environments and names of campaigns, place, and people was banned by the law. The schools were the place where linguistic repression was experienced most intensely in Asturias and León. The aim was to send children and to transmit to society that the language was nothing more than just poorly spoken Spanish. What set apart the situation of Asturian from that of the rest of the language present in the Spanish state during the period was limited confessions of its speakers of the fact that there was actually a language, as well as the linguist activist movement which could be confronted. This poor linguistic self-conscience prevented Asturian people from having the possibility of defending themselves against the aggressions. Collectives and people working for the use and promotion of Asturian language who could have developed into the role of when its raising had been devastated by the Civil War. Some of their members had gone into the exile or died, while others had to be incorporated into the cultural institutions of the regime. The arrival of democracy brought about a change in the treatment of language in Spain. The 1978 Constitution reserved a minor rule for language other than Spanish, but the student language did not achieve official status, only minor protection. Since then, we have had many problems in exercising our rights as speakers, problems in dealing with administration, the impossibility of educating our children in an educational system in Asturian, and a long list of situations that occur every day. If we take a look at the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Minorities, we can see that most of the articles are still not being complete within all the territories where Asturian is spoken. In fact, Asturian is today a minorities language with a steadily decreasing number of speakers and significant trouble moving ahead with the 21st century. Despite certain remarkable advancements accomplished by the civil society throughout the last 30 years. These include a minimum legal recognition, much broader social awareness, and a number of fields in which the language has penetrated with considerable success, especially considering its sociolinguistic situation, like music and literature, the media, primary and secondary school, technologies, etc. With this pyramid, I want to explain how languages are protected in Spain, as there are different classes or levels of status. Will the speaker of Castilian have all their rights guaranteed in the whole Spanish territory? The other languages only have a lesser level of protection. The more fortunate communities whose languages are recognized as official languages, Catalan, Basque, Galician, and Occitan, have a higher level of protection. Those that have only a lesser degree of protection, such as status of autonomy or protection law, such as Asturian or Aragonese. The worst part goes to languages with protection, without protection, in Ceuta and Melilla, Extremadura, and other areas. The Spanish state favors this connection between language communities when they are in different autonomous communities. Moreover, the status of language is not the same in each territory. Some of the official languages are not official in all territory. Asturian, for example, is taught at school on a voluntary basis in Asturias, or Miranda in Portugal, but cannot be studied in Leon. Rights are not respected, inequalities are enormous. An activist movement and social awareness regarding the existence of a native language appeared in the late 1960s with Amigos del Bable, and especially from 1974 onwards with the creation of Concello Bable, a socio-political association aimed to defense of Asturian language and political autonomy, with whose eventually success in modifying the approach to the language question. The autonomous communities where nationalist sectors were highly influential quickly approved their status of autonomy, which introduced the official status of their respective native language. In Asturias, the activists called for a decree for bilingualism, which led Asturian to become an official language de facto before the status of autonomy of Asturias was written and approved. However, only the word Asturian be incorporated into such a basic legal document. The project for the status of autonomy of Asturias, which was approved by the pre-autonomous corporate body, the Regional Council of Asturias, was sent to Madrid only a few months after the coup d'etat of February 1981. Although the military coup has failed to succeed, it eventually contribute to declare the pace of decentralization with the intention of satisfying reactionary groups who were reluctant to this process and had been in favor of Antonio Tejero's attempt to restore the military dictatorship. When the project was examined by the Spanish Parliament, the status of the language was significantly reduced. Although the first draft had defined Asturian as a specific language of Asturias, the definitive version did not specify what Asturian is, naming it also as bable, a term with negative connotations. Despite the continued claims for the legal recognition of the language from Europe and international bodies to modify its legal situation, as the European Charter for Regional or Minority Language, is also contravened. This agreement was signed by the Spanish government in 1992, although it would not be ratified until September of 2001. Almost a decade later, Portugal has signed the Charter recently, as the last year. In Asturias, we have experienced several attempts to make Asturian official. The last one was a few months ago. We are only one vote away from 27 needed in the Asturias Parliament for the recognition official of our language. In any case, it is time to establish the mechanisms that will allow the declaration of minority rights to be a useful tool for minorities. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights needs to take a more active role in defending the rights of linguistic minorities. We have a linguistic community aware of the danger and active in its defense with organizations such as Iniciativa Polo Asturiano, Faceira, or Reciella Familias Polo Asturiano, and institutions such as the Academia de la Lengua Asturiana, working to achieve a future with more rights and more protection for our language. Our language, like many others in the world, is in danger, and we need as much international support as possible. Finally, my recommendation for the language issue as a rights for minorities are as follows. Carrying out an exhaustive study of the situation of each European language to know the state of its use, the opportunities and rights of its speakers, and of course, the shortcomings in its freedoms. Establish source standards that allow an effective comparison of the situation of the language, as well as establish objectives that can be recommended or demanded to the state members. In order to achieve this, it is necessary to involve the group of speakers of such language. And finally, create an emergency plan for the safeguarding of language, which could aim at significant improvement of the rights of European linguistic minorities in the next 15 to 20 years. Declarations of rights are very symbolic and useful in terms of rising hours of problems, but they need to be actively addressed. Thank you for giving us a voice in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ignacio. Well, thank you to all our esteemed speakers, and I know that we all received a kind of a concept note for this event, and I feel that quite a few of the questions that were posed to us by both Tom Lantos Institute and the Special Rapporteur, they certainly have been addressed in the four presentations that we've just heard. Now, I'm looking online and I only have one hand up, and I don't have too many here in the building either, but I am going to, Evelyn, sorry, but I'm going to give you a little bit of time to gather your thoughts and maybe register as an interventionist in 1 second, but I do need to read out a reminder of the UN principles for this forum. Participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the programme of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, and I thank you for not interrupting any of them. So we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. And in order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all of you to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, to respect UN core values and principles and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly and or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organisers. And all participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Thank you very much, and I hope you can all respect that statement. And I will now turn to the list I have in front of me to remind each of you, you have around about 2 to 3 minutes for your interventions, and I will then return back to our esteemed panelists for their comments once we have finished with the interactive dialogue. So I'm going to start with Sashik Sultanyan, Yazidi Center for Human Rights. And a microphone will be coming straight towards you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. No, yes, we can.
I think it is not
No, we can. No, it's working. It is. We can hear you. You just can't hear that we can hear you.
Okay. Madam Moderator, dear colleagues, I wanted to talk about the importance of having domestic laws and strategies concerning national minorities, because as recent development shows, not all the members of Council of Europe, for example, who ratified the Framework Convention or Charter on Minority Languages, refer to this when creating strategies which affect the quality of life of national minorities. Sometimes in states which have young democracy and where minorities live, demonization of minority rights defenders, propaganda, and misinterpretation of European values make harder for national minority organizations to refer to UN Declaration, Council of Europe Convention, and OSCE guidelines. The situation becomes harder when representatives of law enforcement bodies, institutions who are directly working with national minorities, are not even aware of principles of minority rights, because minority rights itself is not prioritized. And having domestic law concerning national minorities can help national minority representatives to refer to this when there is a need to protect a representative of national minority, for example, in law enforcement body or in the court. Another thing which I wanted to mention is the need of cooperation between the states who already have successful experience protecting the minority rights, and those who still fail or have problems with implementation of their obligations. And minority rights protection should be a precondition when European countries cooperate with each other in the field of human rights. Unfortunately, these last years, we notice a tendency that protection of minority rights stays out of not only of the priorities of the states, but also some international organizations and think tanks stop to work on the direction of minority rights. Minority rights protection is a continuous process, and still too much effort is needed to make reality the points declared in UN declaration. There is a feeling that the phrase minority rights are human rights should be repeated again and again in the offices of decision makers, on all the rooms of international organizations who position themselves as human rights defender or human rights oriented, to keep minority rights in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now call on Elisenda Paluzzi. Elisenda, are you there? You've had your hand up online.
Hi, thank you, Mrs. Moderator. My name is Elisenda Paluzzi, and I speak on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. Since the 2017 Catalan referendum on independence, the Spanish authorities have unfolded a repressive wave unprecedented in Western Europe to persecute the democratic and peaceful movement for self-determination of the Catalan people. Two former presidents of the organization I represent, Mr. Jordi Sánchez and Mrs. Carme Forcadell, were jailed by Spanish authorities for 3 years and a half for calling peaceful demonstrations in one case and for allowing parliamentary debates on Catalan independence on the other. 5 members of our organization, including myself, have been the targets of Pegasus spyware used by Spanish authorities to spy massively on the Catalan independence movement, as denounced recently by the Canadian research lab, Citizen Lab. Overall, more than 3,000 Catalans have been repressed by Spanish authorities since 2017. The rights of many Catalans to peaceful assembly and association, freedom of expression, and the right to privacy, among others, have been violated by Spain, as has been denounced by international organizations such as the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, the Council of Europe, and Amnesty International. As we face judiciary arbitrariness in Spain, we appeal to the 1992 Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities. Specifically, it recognizes in its Article 4 that all states shall take measures to ensure that persons belonging to minorities may exercise fully and effectively all their fundamental human rights without discrimination or inequality. Unfortunately, in the current normative framework, the declaration is not sufficiently robust in terms of its legal force, accuracy, and accountability mechanisms. We believe this declaration must be included in the normative framework and for the UN to develop a more active role protecting the civil and political rights of national minorities. It is necessary to make these rights a core part of the UN's agenda, institutions, and mechanisms, especially when it comes to special procedures. For all these reasons, the Catalan National Assembly calls on the UN authorities to take measures to ensure that Spanish authorities cease and desist their political persecution against Catalan political representatives and activists, respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan people, and engage in a real political negotiation to solve this self-determination conflict. Thank you very much for your attention and for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisenda. I am now going to call on Stefania Kolayeva.
I represent Anti-Discrimination Center Memorial. We're working on minorities in the region of Central Asia and Eastern Europe. And this time I would like to address the issue of Roma victims of war in Ukraine going on now, and of the refugees as a especially vulnerable group. We've issued a report that I have left on reception there, Roma Voices from Hell, and it shows that a lot of Roma face not only all the trouble as refugees, but also discrimination meanwhile. And our suggestion, our recommendation here would be to develop a regional policy for the countries neighboring Ukraine and for the countries hosting Ukrainian refugees, because sometimes these are not countries neighboring Ukraine, but other European countries, on prevention discrimination. And it's not only the policy development and introduction, but it is also implementation that is very much needed. And we also understand that there is enormous inequality in the countries that accept refugees. Some countries who got the biggest waves are the poorest countries of Europe, like Moldova, for example, or the poorest countries of the European Union, like Slovakia and Hungary. They might lack resources for everything regarding refugees, and of course implementation of a policy are extra costs. So it's our proposal again that countries that got much less refugees, for example European countries like Ireland or other most western parts of European Union, could support financially also this process in the most poor countries like Moldova and some others that accept so many Roma refugees, like Romania, Hungary and Slovakia. We hear a lot of problems faced by refugees in some refugee camps, and we also have witnesses showing that refugee camps are very different, that within the same system, like for example Red Cross system, in one refugee camp there are no big problems with discrimination, in another camp there are, and therefore we call for policy and general non-discriminatory and discrimination prevention approach, because it's not just officials, not border guards only, who might sometimes not realizing it behave discriminatory, but it's also in some cases refugee communities themselves. But of course if there is a policy and if there is a special approach and special measures taken, then these misunderstandings can be also prevented or at least solved in the best way for Roma refugees everywhere in Europe and in Ukraine itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'd now like to call on Andrei Zarenkov.
Спасибо. Я являюсь выходцем из русскоязычного меньшинства Эстонской Республики. 18 лет назад мы стали членом Евросоюза, прошли вместе со всеми народами, которые живут в Эстонии, а мы составляем 30% от тех людей, которые живут в Эстонии. Опираясь на свободу слова и доступной информации, мы вместе преодолевали проблемы, вместе радовались успехам, мы вместе шли вперед, выполняя рекомендации и нормы европейского закона по правам человека в первую очередь. Иногда нам, представителям русскоязычного меньшинства, так как и сегодня, приходится обращать внимание властей на существенные пробелы в национальном законодательстве в отношении к традиционным человеческим ценностям, таким как получение образования на родном языке, сохранение исторической памяти и ликвидацию химеры без гражданства, которая у нас есть. И мы благодарны и ООН, и Совету по правам человека за то, что здесь мы находим поддержку и понимание. К сожалению, февраль 2022 года стал для многих русских Европы тяжелым испытанием. Я не буду говорить о причинах, они разные, и это не вопрос нашего форума. Я скажу лишь то, ради чего приехал сюда, к вам, в Вену. Мы испытываем недостаток объективной информации, потому что в Эстонии закрылись почти все российские медиаканалы, телевизионные, интернет, печатные, спортивные, культурные, образовательные и даже музыкальные. Под видом борьбы с российской пропагандой у нас воцаряется некий медиавакуум, который напоминает мне советское время, от которого мы бежали 30 лет назад в Европу. Я хочу вернуться к нашим соотечественникам в Эстонии с какими-то позитивными изменениями, которые я здесь услышал или услышу еще, но пока я это не понял. Я прошу господина Фернандо Варена специального спецдокладчика, который очень интересно сказал, мне это очень понравилось, о возможностях национальной автономии. И прошу Кайрата Абдрахманова, Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств, способствовать возвращению медиаканалов на русском языке в страны русского рассеяна, подтвердив тем самым, что мы имеем право на получение информации из различных источников, чтобы самим определять свой путь. Спасибо.
Thank you very, very much. I'd now like to call on Mikhail Platinda, Youth Platform for Interethnic Solidarity.
Yes, yes, thank you. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear colleagues. My name is Mikhail Platinda. I come from Moldova. I am the head of the Youth Platform for Interethnic Solidarity. This organization's mission is to promote and protect minority rights in Moldova. So as you understand from the title of the organization, of the name of organization, we are working with youth, and not only youth, in Moldova. Young people today are the citizens tomorrow. And in the interest of all of us is to inform and to give them, us young people, practical skills about practical skills, tools and mechanisms, how to protect and how to promote our rights. When we're talking about youth, we should pay attention to the main field, education. Education doesn't mean just formal education or formal stuff. Non-formal education is as powerful as formal education. What can our states do? Well, my recommendations are the following. First, according to the Article 4.4 from the Declaration on the Minority Rights, it says that states should, where appropriate, take measures in the field of education in order to encourage knowledge of the history, tradition, language and culture of the minorities existing within their territory. Persons belonging to minorities should have adequate opportunities to gain knowledge of the society as a whole. So, what I understand under this point, my recommendation is that country should include, the government of the country should include in the curricula, in national curricula, chapters about the culture, history, and other interesting facts about minorities. And the most important point, in my opinion, is that they have to include the contribution of the minorities in the society. For example, contribution of Roma people in society in Moldova, in cultural life or in political life, and so on. Thus, we can build a bridge between minority and majority. The second point is political life. Yes, nowadays there are in many countries there are quotas for different groups, for different minority groups. Well, if we talk about local councils or parliament, but this is usually 2 or 3%, and it's not a representative number, and it's not a big power. Much effective way is to organize public hearings on the main issues. The main condition is timely, accessible, and ambient awareness of the people who belong to minority groups and who are interested in this decision-making process, which is about like their life or something. Yes, it is important to awareness to have. To include people who belong to minority groups into these public hearings. thus we can minority groups and minority people will be listened on the highest level. For example, in our country, we Youth Platform for Interethnic Solidarity with other partners, we have organized the similar forum, like regional forum. We have organized our national local forum, where the representatives of the minority groups had the opportunity to talk to public officials, to international partners, representatives from the European Union, representatives from the diplomatic missions, and so on. So we should build the bridge between simple people from minorities group and officials.
Okay,
and
wrap it
yes.
up a little bit, please. Wrap up a little bit. Wrap up.
Okay, yes, the key points are education, youth, and communication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well wrapped up. Thank you very much. Okay, next I'd like Christina from the Embassy of Spain to Austria, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you to the Austrian Ministry for Foreign Affairs, to the Diplomatic Academy, and to the UN Special Representative on Minorities for organizing this regional forum. As Ambassador of Spain to Austria, I would like to respond very quickly to the intervention by Mrs. Elusendia Paluzie. And I would like to state for the record that Mrs. Elusendia Paluzie, as any other Spanish citizen or Catalan citizen, has the right to use her own language, to send her kids to school in Catalan, to choose her own representatives in the democratic institutions of Catalonia, and that the politicians and political leaders that he made reference to that were judged in Spain, they were so in application of the law, not for being a member of a minority, not for being a politician, not for expressing their views, but because they broke the law, the Spanish law and the Catalan law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Kamran from the Social Justice Centre.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank for the organizers of this meeting, and I just wanted to highlight the process of being instrumentalized ethnic minorities by the states, member countries, and sometimes even international organizations. For example, I'm coming from Georgia. I'm ethnic Azerbaijani. Our surnames have Russian endings in our surnames, and it's the result of Sovietization and Russification of various ethnic and religious groups in the Caucasus region. I don't have any relative or any connection with Slavic groups, and I don't have any problem with that, but I just want to get return my surname, my authentic surname, which would be Mehmedli. However, Georgian government says instrumentalizes international organizations, the recommendations of international organizations. For example, now we are in the process of EU association, and the Georgian government tells us we collected 27,000 signatures to introduce a draft bill for the parliament, which would give us the right to change our surnames, to remove the Russian endings, OV, and to take back our authentic and historic surnames, which would be, in our case, Mehmedli, in my case, Mehmedli. But now Georgian government tells us that it's not possible because of the EU association process. We are harmonizing our law, and it should be very hard to change the citizens of Georgian citizens' surname, and that's why we are stuck in the process that even though the people, vast majority of ethnic Azerbaijanis and citizens of Georgia wants to change their surname and return their authentic surname, but we cannot do that because of the instrumentalization of international organizations' recommendation. And also one other example of how the Georgian government instrumentalizes international recommendations. For example, we have on paper, we have very good standards of protecting human rights and as well as minority rights. But when we start talking about employment of minorities in the public service, when we talk about education right of minorities in the higher education, when we start talking about the fact that we need to learn the official state language for free, now ethnic minorities need to pay 2,250 lari for 1 year Georgian program at higher education institutions. Georgian government tells us that you are not good enough, you are not capable of becoming a full citizen, you are not capable of learning Georgian language at school, and it says that we have fulfilled all the standards, even though we have not ratified the language charter and FCNM. But they say that you have all the documents, you have all on the constitution, you have all the rights, and you just are not good enough to compete, to get into public offices, to become a public servant, or to learn Georgian language. Thank you so very much. So my recommendation would be, how can we have some measures to stop member states or the governments or states to not to instrumentalize international recommendations or standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now I don't see any more hands up, and I haven't had an updated list. You still have a few minutes. If you do wish to speak or intervene at any point, please do let Evelyn know, or just put your hand up and she can come to you. So I'm going to actually ask for comments on what they've heard from the interventions and or anything else that they wish to add. I see Manfred's gone, but I think he was suffering a little bit from COVID symptoms, so he's probably gone back to rest. So I shall come to you first, Sia, and then to Laurent, and then Ignacio. Sia, please.
I'm not going
Oh,
back,
Manfred,
right?
you come back. Sorry. Okay, I'll start with you, Manfred. Please. I hope you managed to listen to some of the interventions.
Yes, I have. I was all the time here.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't see you on my screen.
I think, it's interesting to listen to all the different statements that usually relate to particular complaints about certain minority groups. And I just take up a few. I think the first one about domestic laws that are necessary. And that is really, I think, a central concern that we have now. And we heard it already in the speech of Fernand de Varenne, that today via social media, etc., the hate speech in general, and of course against minorities in the broadest sense, it's not only national, ethnic, and religious and linguistic minorities, it's also against the LGBTIQ community. It's that is really, I think, a major issue that we have to tackle, is to try to regulate hate speech on the social media. On Alessandra, in fact, the representative of the Embassy of Spain has already responded, but I think we really have to distinguish between minority protection. Now, in terms of the United Nations, that's Article 27 of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights on the one hand, and the right of peoples to self-determination. Minority protection might include a far-reaching autonomy, but minority protection certainly never allows any kind of self-determination or even secession, even if a people has a right to self-determination. That's a highly controversial issue in international law. Who are peoples? Originally, that was only in the context of decolonization, but we have seen peoples in the Soviet Union, in Yugoslavia, exercising the right to self-determination, but that was in accordance also with the relevant constitutions of both states. So I think the right to self-determination can only be granted if there are very, very specific preconditions, and that means a very, very strong sense of repression, etc., that people would actually really have the right to secession. In respect to the Russian minorities in the Baltics, and the statement was in relation to Estonia, I think that is a very good example where already the first Max van der Stoel, but also other OSCE High Commissioners for National Minorities have actually done a lot. The same was with the European Court of Human Rights, etc., to really protect the Russian-speaking minorities in the Baltic states. And much has been achieved also, because originally that was really a very strong discrimination, because they had to speak in the Estonian or Latvian language, and I think much has been achieved in enhancing the rights of Russian-speaking minorities in the Baltics. And of course, that is also now, in light of what is going on in the Ukraine, of course, very important that states really respect the rights of the Russian-speaking minorities, so as not to give any kind of cause that the kin state, in that case the Russian Federation, might use discrimination of the Russian-speaking minorities as a way of what they call protecting the Russian-speaking minorities in neighboring states. So I think it's a very urgent and a very important issue.
Manfred, I'm just going to stop you there because I need the others to come in and also.
I just wanted to stop already.
Oh, okay, good. And I also just want to make sure that particularly encourage online participants to raise their hands to intervene. I do see one hand up, but I'd like the other experts to just have quick responses before I revert back to participants. So Sia, quickly, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I thought there were very many interesting interventions. I will stick to perhaps one or two points. The first point is this UN declaration is a declaration which is not legally binding. What do we do about it? And various people are complaining, are the situations better or worse than they were before, and so on. I think we are faced today with not only a problem of minorities, but a problem of international law as a whole, that there are a number of proponents that invoke that old treaties are obsolete, they are not relevant anymore, or that there are such huge gaps that they are not useful. I do not agree at all with this position. For example, I do not think that there is really an information vacuum, precisely because the Framework Convention and European Language Charter have very systematically gone through a number of states. There is actually quite a lot of information, much more than ever before, perhaps, that is occurring regularly, which also has the advantage of allowing some comparability. The question really from an international law point of view is whether new rules necessarily mean better implementation. And I'm not convinced that this would be the case at this moment. And I very much agree with the intervention that said that the implementation is always done at the domestic level, and this is what you have to do. So this interplay between what is happening at the international and what is happening at the national, but also at the local level, is really crucial and can be looked again and again. I was thinking ahead of the session what the recommendation should be from my side. Do we really need a new binding document? And I think that at this point, what we need is, first of all, as we are speaking in a Europe and Central Asian Regional Forum, we would like to remind that the Central Asian countries can be invited by the Council of Europe to the Council of Europe Committee of Ministers to sign and ratify the Framework Convention. That is an opening that exists there. I don't think that that has been utilized, and of course that is an issue of discussion, but there are many communications between the Council of Europe and the OSCE, not least the High Commissioner himself. So I think that there are avenues, as also another avenue would be an authoritative commentary of the UN declaration, an updated one, which in a sense bridges for a future binding global document. Because even though we're now in a regional forum, I know that there is a lot of pressure and interest on minority issues and capacity on minority issues also in the Middle East and Africa, for example. So thank you. I think I will stick to that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sia. Laurent.
Thank you. Many interesting topics indeed. Domestic laws. Well, obviously, without domestic laws, even international treaties cannot be enforced. So these need to be ratified by the states, so they will become part of the domestic legislation. So, of course, international treaties and their effect on the domestic law is an up-to-bottom approach, and eventually the states need to do it. And here comes also the ratification. Of course, it's a matter of, standard of membership in some international institutions that the other states that have ratified and implemented international treaties, how look to those who didn't, and why they don't look badly on them and exert some kind of pressure to do it so. And that's the case of the two legal instruments, the Language Charter and the Framework Convention at the Council of Europe. Roma war refugees. Yes, indeed, there is discrimination of City and Roma. This has been raised also by the Roma organization in Germany. It happened also in Germany, in Mannheim and in Berlin, two concrete occasions. But I would like to highlight that Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland do wonderful job in welcoming refugees. That discrimination happens. It happens in our societies, unfortunately, and these cases need to be addressed. And there should be more, I would say, also European coordination on how to develop better practices when dealing with the Roma communities. They were cases of segregation. When Roma came, they said you should stay apart from the others, not to create conflicts. Well, of course, that's not the right approach, because it highlights the discrimination. We also had debate in the European Parliament on the Roma refugees and especially children. In Romania, we have a very good practice because there are minority schools, Ukrainian minority schools in the border region with Ukraine. We were able to accommodate quickly Ukrainian children into their own mother tongue education. Now, the Russian media propaganda and discrimination, it happens. It's true. And in war times, things are only black and white. There are no gray shadows. But in the post-war period, this needs to be addressed. So how the communities, the Russian-speaking communities in the Baltic states, for example, can have their own mother tongue media. Moldova, youth promotion of rights and education, that's a very interesting topic, and it happens that we discussed it in the break with colleagues from the Romanian Department for Interethnic Relations, and State Secretary Birola Țicoanică is here with us. So Romania proposes, the department proposes such a project. Maybe it would be good to have a partnership already with this Moldovan organization and start a good cooperation. Caucasus region, Georgia, we had several projects as FUEN, and we discovered that things are moving slowly in the region, but not quickly enough as we would like. Self-identity and identification is a basic right, not only for the communities, but for the persons. And I must clearly state as member of the European Parliament that harmonization of names has nothing to do with the EU partnership agreement. On the contrary, the discrimination on employment or labor is important to prevent as an EU standard. So when you address the Georgian authorities, you may quote this. So it's the vice versa true. They should avoid the discrimination and allow the diversity in the public administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. Ignacio.
Thanks. A key comment. After hearing the interesting interventions, just to remember, I think I can see it for everyone. It's something that non-minorities something don't understand. And I'm activist not because I want to. I want to live and work normally in Asturian, but it's not possible. I hope it will be soon. I completely agree with Mihail from Moldova. Said education, youth, and communication are three important cases. But the language of Europe needs a better protection. That's a fact. Most states understand their language as secondary. It's necessary to have them all on the same level. There is a lot of work to be done. We need to create international networks, and from the United Nations, you can help us a lot. I think it's very interesting to continue with these forums. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ignacio. Now I see two hands up online, so I'm going to go to Ilona Betkolia Gilgavic, because I understand she hasn't spoken already. So can we go there first? Except we can't hear her. You're still on mute. Ilona, you're...
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. The following recommendation is provided to you on behalf of the Assyrian Universal Alliance Americas chapter for Assyrians who are Indigenous minority groups, and for this specific forum, who are living in Turkey. Assyrians are also referred to as Syriac, Aramean, or Chaldeans. They represent a distinct ethno-religious and linguistic community with a heritage stemming from pre-Christian, pre-Islamic, and pre-Arab civilization of Mesopotamia. As Turkey continues to establish itself to be an increasingly stable and democratic state in the region, the indigenous Assyrians are hopeful that their future in Turkey will include greater respect for their human rights and heritage. Yet much is still needed from Ankara to ensure that discrimination within the state's evolving social-political landscape. The following recommendations are being made to ensure that the interests and rights of most Indigenous people, the Assyrians, are adequately incorporated into the framework of the country's institutions. Repeal or reform all laws prohibiting the establishment of political parties based on religious and minority status. Ensure that all government-initiated financial assistance to return and rebuild villages are fairly distributed to all minority groups, especially the most Indigenous people, the Assyrians. Ensure that perpetrators of crimes of discrimination and harassment against the Indigenous and minority groups, specifically Assyrians, are brought to justice quickly and timely. Ratify the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education. Establish and finance program by the government at universities to track and list abandoned properties and churches belonging to minorities and Indigenous people, including Assyrians. Promptly restore all unlawfully expropriated property belonging to minority foundations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ilona. I have one more hand up online, and it's Elisenda.
About the linguistic rights, I think that Ignacio, the activist from Asturias, has already mentioned some of the problems that some of the languages other than Spanish encounter in Spain, but I was focusing on political repression. And I would like to point out that up to my knowledge, there is not a single judiciary procedure open against me and other colleagues from my association. And we've been certified by Citizen Lab and by Amnesty International Lab, the tech. We have been spied on with the use of Pegasus spyware that is tackled only to, is supposed to tackle only terrorists by probably the Spanish authorities in the last years. Also, finally, I also want to point out that when the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detentions asked for the immediate release of the political prisoners that were still in pretrial detention, they mentioned that the organization of a self-determination referendum is not a crime, and that their imprisonment was violating fundamental rights of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, political participation, and others. They were finally released a few years later after spending several years in jail with a pardon. But a pardon is not a recognition of the fundamental rights that were violated with their imprisonment. Probably the case is now in the Court of Human Rights of Strasbourg, and in a few years we will have a decision on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I think we should now wrap up unless there are any more hands that I can see, neither online nor here in the room. I know we have another thematic session after the break on the implementation, institutions, mechanisms, policies and programs. I mean, this has really set the scene, I think, for the first session, thematic session. And I really do hope that not only the speakers in the session this afternoon, but also for tomorrow, the two sessions that will be ably moderated by my colleague Velo, who will learn from all the things that I have done today, what not to do tomorrow. But I just want to also to challenge everyone to really think of these recommendations. I mean, this isn't just a talking shop here. This is really setting the scene for action, so that actually action that will go to the regional forum in Asia Pacific, but also the Americas. And it's really important that we don't just sort of talk about the recommendations. It's something that needs to be brought together. I mean, I had a conversation at lunchtime about implementation and action. So that I think is really key here. And how do we, meld this all together, and the questions that are being asked. And I think the way that Manfred Sia, Laurent and Ignacio have presented today, as I said, has set the scene. But how are we going to bring that together? So you need to obviously be here for the other sessions, and also think about the UN as a whole, and how are we going to really mainstream minority issues across the UN? This is not a silo. We need to be thinking about how we encourage all the special procedures and the treaty bodies to mainstream the minority issues that come to the fore in these fora over these 2 days, and also obviously the following fora. But I mean, really, for me right now, it's just to say a huge thank you to Manfred, who has got out of his illness bed to be with us here today, to see both of you for joining us online, and we really appreciate that. But to Laurent and Ignacio, who are here with me, thankfully, in person, and just a round of applause. And we will have a break now for half an hour, and please go and take a break, but thank you. Thank you, Sia. Thank you, Manfred.
Thank you, Mena. Well done.
Hi, Sean. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can, Jonathan, and see you. It's great.
Great. Good to see you. How's it going out there?
Yeah, good. Probably, hopefully, the next session there'll be a few more interventions from people, which I think usually there is in this one. So we'll see.
Let's see. Sorry not to be there.
Yeah, it's a shame. Next time.
Yeah.
And you're still happy going forth. Nikki said you needed wanted to rejig.
Well, it's not that I wanted to. I just thought, from what I was thinking of saying, having seen what the others are saying.
Yeah. Okay.
It probably the flow's a bit better because, as you know, I'm not so much into the structural stuff, as critical as that is. But I'll try and think about some of the more intangibles that have to inform what implementation looks like.
Okay. No problem.
At least I hope that's what I'll do.
All right. Well, I will make you muted and your camera off, and then when we all start, it can all come back.
So, shall I turn my microphone off now as well?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I'll just wait until I'm invited, and then I'll turn that on. But you'll control my camera, will you?
You can control that too.
So shall I turn that on when the session begins?
Yeah, I think that's best.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks. Bye. Boris, if you're there, please, could you just check your audio, your microphone, and your video? Hello, Boris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello.
I see now myself too. Yeah.
Is everybody back? Marina, is everyone from? Welcome back, everybody, for this thematic session 2 and the last session of today. I have yet again a wonderful panel, some who are online, Jonathan and Boris. And obviously we have Tiana and Ali here sitting next to me. This second thematic session is about implementation, institutions, mechanisms, policies and programs. I do hope that there will be further interventions from the floor, and I also really do encourage interventions online as well. We'd really like, to get your thoughts, and I know it's slightly difficult with this hybrid format, but this is the way it's going to be. So let's make sure that we are all fully engaged. And I really do hope that our online participants will feel equally engaged with that. So I think we will start with our first speaker, Boris, who is a member of Parliament of Latvia and member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. He is there online. I mean, we met last week online as well, but I am going to hand the floor to you. 10 minutes with a little bit of flexibility, Boris, but I will intervene when the 10 minutes are up, just to give you a time check.
Thank you, Mina. I hope you can hear me. Is it okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll try to avoid your intervention. So let me just start with the key issue. So about the proper implementation of minority rights standards. It actually implies several aspects. So first, institutions and mechanisms. Second, policies. And third, what we call compliance, or rather the organizers of this forum call compliance, that is monitoring, mechanisms of complaints and possible litigation, and sanctions for violations. And the current anniversary is a good point in time to evaluate effectiveness of implementation, achievements, and gaps. At the UN level, let's take these positions one by one. So as to institutions and mechanisms, there are not too many. UN Forum on Minority Issues, what we participate now in a part of it, and this seems to be the major mechanism to deal with minority rights. Of course, the Special Rapporteur on Minorities Issues, whom we had a pleasure to listen to today, I could also recall the former UN Working Group on Minorities. Its sessions were really very important for involvement of civil society. It seems that's all. As to policies, again, there is not much to speak about. So, for example, there are no things like special decades for minority rights or the like. Maybe only minority fellowship program deserves special mentioning. It's really a very important political instrument. As to the monitoring and complaints mechanisms, we heard about this today from Manfred Nowak and also other speakers. And of course, the main of them is optional protocol to ICCPR, and in particular, Article 27. So several important cases have been considered by the Human Rights Committee. There are several examples when minority-related cases were considered by monitoring committees of other UN treaties, including CERT, CEDAW, and particularly CRC. This is an important instrument because this mentions minority rights explicitly, as again was mentioned today. However, all these opinions and conclusions are not legally binding. Some good practices have been developed at the regional level. This also was partly discussed today, and in particular in Europe, practical implementation of minority rights standards is more advanced, both with regard to institutions, policies, and monitoring compliance. In particular, the OSCE in the early 90s has developed a special mechanism of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, whom we also had the pleasure to listen to today. But this is a political and diplomatic mechanism based on conflict prevention rather than a sort of a legal instrument. In the Council of Europe, we have much more ramified legal framework. The Framework Convention, this is an important instrument because it transformed the political declaration, the 1990 CSCE Copenhagen document, into a legally binding convention. It has also the monitoring mechanism, the advisory committee, which considers initial reports by the member states and then regular reports to be submitted every 5 years. And then on the basis of opinions issued of the advisory committee, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe adopts corresponding resolutions. However, the advisory committee is a legal mechanism, but not judicial. The European Charter for Regional of Minority Languages, also frequently mentioned today, is a specific instrument where the languages and not persons are the right holders. It also has its monitoring mechanisms, the Committee of Experts. However, this monitoring is rather weak, so to say, simply because of the very construction of the Charter itself. It is based on a la carte principle and offers states a broad choice of various possibilities. Other Council of Europe monitoring bodies also regularly deal with minority-related issues. These are both treaty-based, like CPT, the Committee on Prevention of Torture, or Social Committee, and non-treaty based, like ECRI, European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. And exactly ECRI issued several important recommendations, both country-specific and general recommendations. The Venice Commission, Commission for Democracy Through Law, should be mentioned especially because this is an expert body composed of prominent European constitutional lawyers, and this commission published a number of relevant conclusions and recommendations, again, both with regard to some specific states and general. For example, the issue that was mentioned today, whether citizenship is a necessary precondition for enjoyment of minority rights. Finally, although minority rights are not explicitly mentioned in the European Convention of Human Rights, a number of the European Court of Human Rights rulings deal with several essential aspects of minority rights. And these judgments are legally binding, what is extremely important. However, serious gaps exist also in the European system. So first, this is very restricted availability of individual complaints mechanism and hence limited justiciability. The Parliamentary Assembly recommended adoption of an additional protocol to the European Commission on Minority Rights still back in 1983, but the governments chose elaboration of the Framework Convention instead. Second, insufficient coordination between different bodies, which results in differing interpretations of the same rights in similar cases and circumstances. One example which could be mentioned, it's interpretation of the right to the name spelling in minority language in the case law of the UN Human Rights Committee, European Court of Human Rights, and the European Court of Justice. Finally, a disastrous trend of re-securitization of minority rights should be mentioned. I am speaking about re because originally the minority rights emerged as a security issue and gradually were transformed into human rights issue, and now we are moving back to the security agenda. Before the World War II, Hitler abused the idea of minority protection of Sudeten Germans to justify invasion to Czechoslovakia, and discredited the very idea to an extent that no minority rights were included into the UN documents until mid-60s. Nowadays, Russia's invasion in Ukraine is justified with similar pretexts, and we already see its disastrous impact on several states' policies towards minorities. And to conclude, some recommendations. I disagree exceptionally probably with C.S. Piliopoulos-Ockermark. I still believe that adoption of a specialized, comprehensive, legally binding instrument on minority protection at the UN level would be very useful. Second, coordination of different expert monitoring mechanisms, and particularly mechanisms aimed at consideration of individual complaints under different legal and political frameworks, is necessary to ensure uniform interpretation of minority rights and avoid forum shopping. And the last, desecuritization of minority protection is vitally needed. This is not a legal issue. This is a purely political issue, and it's up to politicians to ensure this. But my point is that minorities should not be made accountable for their kin states' wrongdoings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Boris. Can we just applaud Boris? Thank you very much. Okay, I'm delighted now to be able to welcome Tihana. Tihana is the Senior Advisor of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, and I'm delighted to be sharing this panel with you. Tihana, over to you.
Thank you. And first of all, let me start actually by thanking the organizers for their invitation to the regional forum, and in particularly sort of to placing me in this particular panel discussing the implementation. I think this is something that we all hear frequently, and we heard already in the previous session, and therefore I hope to be able to provide you with a more illustrative image of how does the High Commissioner on National Minorities of the OSCE deliver against his mandate. You already heard in the opening panel from the High Commissioner, he's sort of positioned in today's environment, what are the essential tenets of his function. There was a number of other speakers who reflected on the role of the OSCE High Commissioner, but let me see if I can sort of paint how does this work in practice in a little bit more detail with the focus on conflict prevention and national minorities. How does this work? But before I launch into that, I would like to mention or elaborate a little bit in detail on the OSCE as such. Again, it's been mentioned by a number of speakers, but I think because we spoke about the legislative framework in the previous session, that it would be important to sort of elaborate on the type of the organization that the OSCE is. So to start off with, it is very proud to be the largest sort of intergovernmental security organization spanning 3 continents, so from the Americas across Europe and Asia, from Vancouver to Vladivostok in Siberia. It was envisaged, and it still is, a forum for political dialogue with a wide range of security issues and a platform for joint actions with the hopes to improve the lives of individuals and communities. However, unlike some other organizations that we're used to referring to, it works through so-called commitments. So it is a non-treaty-based organization, and the commitments undertaken by its participating states are of political nature. Since we already spoke about sort of the importance of adding to the legislative framework, perhaps I can highlight here one situation where it is not necessarily, it can work both ways. So if it's only political commitments, it can mean that it can be slightly more fluid in how the discussions take place and how things change and circumstances change. So while there's limitations of doing things purely through political commitments, there is also advantages to having such a situation. One of those examples, for example, is the speed with which the organization can actually set up field operations on the ground, for example. Because there's 27 participating states, it is very diverse, and the discussion, because it is of political nature, can prove very challenging at times. However, it is also a unique forum, or has been to this date, where conflicting views and diverging positions on regional security, as well as other matters affecting the regional security, can be discussed, if not necessarily reconciled as such. The other sort of special status, I would say, is that all decisions are made by consensus, which means that all participating states are equal and they enjoy the same rights as part of this discussion, which again can be an aggravating circumstance depending on the issue being discussed, or a mitigating one to ensure that there's broad and wide consultation on all issues. In order to implement the political commitments, there's a number of institutions, there's a number of specialized expert units, and a whole network of field operations. And they work on issues that affect or impact our common security, such as arms control, terrorism, good governance, energy security, human trafficking, democratization, media freedom, and national minorities. Within this sort of framework, the High Commissioner is one of the independent institutions of the OSCE. And came about, and it was referenced by several panels at the beginning of the 90s as part of the violent breakup of former Yugoslavia, where there was consensus within then Conference on European Security and Cooperation that there needs to be an independent institution that can address what was perceived as issues of national minorities or tensions related to national minorities with respect to their change in status or perceived change in status. Because the proposal was proposed by the Netherlands, the seat of the High Commissioner is actually in the Netherlands, so we enjoy, as part of our daily work, the hospitality in The Hague. Now to get back to how does the HCNM actually work. From anybody who actually follows the developments in the OSCE area, it is clear that most of the conflicts in the OSCE area is around situations involving national minorities. It is about their grievances or their demands not being accommodated through political means available within the jurisdictions that they live, which may result in tensions, which may lead to violence. And this is where the envisioned mandate of the High Commissioner on National Minorities comes into play, that it is there to provide early warning at the first sign of imminent conflict that may arise from tensions involving national minorities, to assist the participating states with conflict prevention. And when we speak about early warning, again, it was already mentioned that the High Commissioner can issue early warnings, but it is also more about that, because it is not a human rights monitoring body, so it is not a watchdog. However, it does have human standards as the fundamentals as part of its work and as part of monitoring how did the situations in different jurisdictions across the OSCE develop. And in order to be able to follow that, it obviously has very close cooperation and follows very closely the work of the Council of Europe and its bodies, in particular the FCNM, which was referenced on a number of occasions here, but also the Venice Commission through its opinions on pieces of legislation across the OSCE area. Now, it is from the experience of successive High Commissioners, the conflicts that involve national minorities are not inevitable. They are rooted in the failure or lack of sustainable integration processes and are compounded by political choices of the authorities in those particular countries that we talk about. Not only that, there is also frequently talk about integration of minorities into society, which implies that it is the national minorities are the ones that have to do all of the work, while the rest of the society stays exactly where it is. And this is why the High Commissioners have sort of progressively moved away from focusing on minorities as such and focusing on integration and management of diversity in our modern societies, which are increasingly more diverse. This particular shift also allows us to avoid the conundrum of the lack of definition of what is a national minority. And again, in the opening session, as well as in the last session, there was lots of talk about sort of the legislative framework. So that is the case. So we operate on the basis there is no definition of what is a national minority, but this is why we talk about integration of diverse societies, with the hope that if policies developed and implemented in a society adequately take into account the views, concerns, particular interests of all of the elements of the society, it will function better per se. How this actually works in practice is obviously different. I'm sure we are all aware that there's different systems in place in participating states, some which have very detailed and very elaborate systems of protections for national minorities as well as their representation throughout the political spectrum, to others who actually talk about citizens in general, and there is no particular categories across the society irrelevant of whom we talk about. It is because of that that it is very important that the High Commissioners maintain a very close eye on both the structures and the legislative frameworks that exist in different participating states to be able to address, or rather to begin with assessing what is the actual source of trouble, if there is any, when it comes to that. So how does he do that? At the moment, we have had female High Commissioners in the past, is he has a very small team of dedicated political and senior legal advisors, analyzing developments, legislation, regularly traveling to the field, as well as devising policy recommendations. And in order to do so, the team, myself included, we keep a very close eye on the Council of Europe, FCNM reports, the Venice Commission opinions, the Human Rights Council opinions, as well as a myriad of other human rights monitoring mechanisms that exist there, as well as the minority mechanism that exists there, also to be able to compare what is on the ground when it comes to particular participating states and what are the possibilities to change that in order to address some of the complaints that we have heard from members of national minorities. We also have a very small portfolio of dedicated projects, and I will elaborate on the nature of our projects a little bit later. In addition to regular following of the situations, it is the visits by the High Commissioners across the OSCE to all of the participating states that actually take up most of his work. I think one of the former High Commissioners has calculated that he spent 80% of his time traveling and only 20% of his time actually being seated in The Hague, where we are. And during these country visits, he obviously engages in conversations with the relevant authorities, relevant in the sense of for the issues that have been identified as being key to the management of diversity in that particular country, with the representatives of national minorities as may be pertained, as well as the international community which may be present there. And there is the overall arching one, and I think this is one of the themes that we would like to discuss today in terms of how to rethink. It is the cooperation with the other institutions of the OSCE that I mentioned earlier, as well as the international organizations. And why is this important? It is very important in order to avoid overlap, in order to avoid sort of dedicating resources to the same issues, in order to chase the spotlight, so to speak. Rather, it is more important to work in continuous collaboration and build on each other's efforts within the respective mandates of all of the international organizations, and take it actually for the benefit of all, and in this particular case, in particularly for national minorities.
I'm going to have to ask a little bit of a wrap-up, Tiana.
Sorry?
A little bit more of a wrap-up.
Okay. So we had the early warning that was already mentioned, so I will not go into that. What I will mention is that the High Commissioner has to work in confidentiality. So this is what we refer to as the quiet diplomacy mandate. So his discussions with the authorities and with the national minorities are not public. He does, however, sort of make public statements. This is when he makes his twice-a-year report to the Permanent Council of the OSCE. And sometimes he will have statements on particular issues depending on what is taking place. The part of the mandate which is public are his thematic recommendations, and the High Commissioner mentioned them earlier today, which is 9, sort of starting with the education, which is one of the areas that High Commissioner has worked a lot on. Access to justice, the national minorities and interstate relations were mentioned. We also have language rights recommendations, policing in multi-ethnic societies, etc. I promise that I will mention some of our projects. I will do this very quickly, and I will focus actually on education. This is perhaps some of our most exciting projects, but also to give you a practical issue that the High Commissioner has come across. To give you an example, in South Serbia, there is 3 municipalities with significant proportion of ethnic Albanians who have attended school in the Albanian language for decades. And as part of this school education, they've been receiving sort of tuition in the official language, which is Serbian. However, we knew anecdotally that the level of Serbian language for the children who finish school in those 3 municipalities, by the time they finish high school, was insufficient for them to enroll at university, was insufficient for them to gain employment, either in public institutions or anywhere else. So there was clearly an issue there. And then in cooperation with the relevant Serbian authorities on the central and local level, as well as a number of international organizations, we conducted an assessment which indeed found that the teaching was not at adequate quality, the teaching of Serbian as the official language, because of the curriculum, because the teachers were not sufficiently equipped, but also, surprisingly enough, because there was no dictionary that the children can use. So this is a very small thing, but this has been going on for decades from former Yugoslavia, but there was never a dictionary that children, as part of the learning process of a language, could actually use. It was simply like that. So because of this assessment and the conclusions, there was a number of things that was done, not only by us, but also by the OSCE mission there, as well as the Minister of Education. So there was the curriculum was changed for teaching of Serbian as non-mother tongue to children who are receiving education through the medium of the mother tongue of Albanian. The teacher skills were improved, there were teaching assistants recruited, and we did the dictionary, which was made digital so that the children can actually participate afterwards in adding words to the particular dictionary. It is available free of charge in case somebody would like to see it, so there will be Albanian and Serbian. And to conclude, just some recommendations.
Thank you.
And that is from the experience of working with ACNM, I think most of the issues that we come across is when there is a sort of lack of adequate, meaningful dialogue between the different parties in participating states. This is where the issues actually start. So the High Commissioner frequently reminds that there has to be increased reliance on cooperative dialogue, because that is the most successful tool of addressing issues that may arise in a diverse society. On top of that, different legislation, different policies being developed in the countries really benefit from broad and comprehensive consultations on all issues, but particularly those if they have a direct impact of national minorities who may feel that they do not have a voice when it comes to policy development. There was talk about increased hate speech. This is another thing that we have noticed, and I think it would be important for all of those who engage in public communication, whether those are politicians, whether those are public officials, representatives of different groups, but also international community, to ensure that their public communication actually reflects respect and for everyone and tolerance for all of the opinions and views. And finally, I think it is very important to continue sharing positive practices where they are. I think they serve as an inspiration, particularly to policymakers who may be aware of an issue, may want to do something about it, but without having seen how this is done elsewhere, may not have the inspiration of which route to take actually in their own countries, especially since some of these policy solutions need not be expensive. It's just more ideas and how to get them around. And with that, I would conclude.
Thank you so much, Tihana. Thank you. Jonathan, I do see you're online. You are aware we've slightly switched the program around on your request. So I will hand over now to Ali, who is the Associate Professor and Vice Head Balkan Research Institute at Trakya University. Ali, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank both Fernan and Ana Maria for their invitation to this special event. In the morning, we heard about the norms and normative framework about human rights of minorities. For instance, UNDM looks perfect on the text. FCNM as well. They are very precise, very well written by experts. The wide range of these norms seem to have a universal character, applicable at the grassroots by all nations. They provide a robust normative framework for the universal protection of human rights of minorities, moving from the universal level to more regional ones. Those norms, enshrined in a variety of UN human rights texts, are largely borrowed by more regional interstate formations such as the OSCE, EU, or Council of Europe. But as Special Rapporteur Fernand de Varenne underlined earlier today, there is an increasing trend of demonization of people belonging to ethnic, religious, national, or linguistic minorities. Then, how do the human rights norms are put in practices? What are the difficulties and challenges in this respect? This section of my speech is composed of two main parts, what for states and what for minorities. For states, since the League of Nations Minority Protection System, putting human rights norms about minorities into practice has usually been a long and tough process for European countries. Ratification of universal and regional human rights norms does not always mean their implementation at the grassroots level automatically. Even though these rights are generally designed not to be permanent, but applied on a temporary basis, many of these rights turn out to be permanent, provided that they are not applied in full terms and effectively as enshrined on normative texts of treaty bodies. For instance, the Article 4.1 of the UNDM. It's evident that many European states refrain from transforming these norms fully into practice. As a result, we are still talking about decades-long minority rights violations in different parts of Europe. Delaying to put norms into practice. As enshrined in Article 1 of the UNDM, many European states frequently emphasize religious, cultural, ethnic richness of their own societies by underlying the significance of rights provided to their minority communities. Particularly at the international level, states depict strong willingness for the normative aspects of human rights, while showing strong support for protection of minority rights at meetings or official gatherings in the UN, OSCE, or Council of Europe. In this respect, they also sign a variety of texts prepared by these organizations. However, some of them refrain from putting these excellent texts about human rights of minorities into practice for several reasons. Ratification from their own national parliaments sometimes turns into a complicated and long process, while sometimes it never happens. Moreover, there are many instances across Europe where the majority members of a given state contradict to laws and regulations aiming to safeguard human rights of minorities. In this respect, if delayed, the essence of these texts may lose importance and priority for a given state in the passage of time. There are still some cases where countries that signed the declaration decades ago but haven't ratified it yet. As I know much better, for instance, Greece had signed the Council of Europe Framework Convention on National Minorities back in 1997, but hasn't ratified it yet. There was a step taken back some years ago in this respect, but it has been more than 20 years then, and no concrete step has already been taken for the implementation of the FCNM in the Greek context in full terms. Legally binding or the lack of goodwill. Another problem with the states is that the vast majority of these norms are not legally binding. Therefore, some countries feel themselves free not to abide their policies by these international norms of human rights. As for legally binding ones, it's still the state that has the utmost and final say for these legally binding documents. As it has been the case for Xanthi-Turkish Union, the European versus Greece, the European Court of Human Rights decided for re-registration of this union in 2008. But the finalization of this case has been pending before the local Greek courts for more than 14 years. In the Greek context, you can self-identify yourself as a Turk, but 11 Turks, 12 Turks cannot come together and form their own Turkish association. This example from Greece shows us that another major problem that prevents full implementation of human rights norms of minorities is the lack of goodwill of states in this respect. Even if a human rights text is legally binding, It's again the positive intention as well as the goodwill of a given state that plays decisive role for providing rights to minorities at local or national level. Therefore, suggestion 1, European states should show more willingness and goodwill to transform norms into practice regarding human rights of their own minority groups, because it is the state that has the utmost important and final say about putting these norms into practice. The second theme is about securitization, as Boris mentioned briefly. Here, it's crucial to highlight that some countries in Europe prefer to securitize issues of minority rather than promoting their contribution to the cultural richness of their societies. They elaborate minority-related issues from a security prism. Thus, rights of minorities are somehow affiliated with national security of a given country. In Europe, some minorities are interpreted by their own states as potential threat for their national unity, sovereignty, and integrity of their societies. Therefore, extra sensitivity is somehow attributed to those rights, given solely to minority communities. Therefore, suggestion 2 is that countries in Europe and Central Asia, they should cease to interpret minority communities they own as a security issue. They should desecuritize in case it is needed and start urgently to tackle promoting rights of minorities in full terms. And what for minorities? The UN and the OSCE in particular provide an independent and supranational area for minority members, international area to minority members, to raise their voices and get more vocal about their own rights that are not fully safeguarded by their own countries in which they live. The main reason why they use these platforms is that their rights and freedoms are not protected and promoted in full terms. They are overtly or covertly discriminated, which also contradicts with Article 2.1 of the UNDM that stipulates the norm of equality between minority and majority communities. Some European states may be willing to limit minority participation to such venues, but the very presence of minority members at these fora, their speeches, written contributions, their exchange of ideas with other minorities provide a significant opportunity for pushing their countries to implement human rights norms of minorities in practice. Nevertheless, these organizations at the UN and OSCE levels are very seldom on an annual basis, and many minority members can't participate physically simply for economic reasons. Their travel expenditures cannot be fully reimbursed by organizers, while voluntary funds remain very, very limited. I personally I attended several times to the UN Working Group on Minorities, UN Forum on Minority Issues, OSCE Human Dimension Implementation meetings, including the supplementary SHDMs. Therefore, I suggest the UN, especially the UN and the OSCE, that such funding opportunities for people belonging to minorities who want to come in person and participate to these meetings needs to be widened. And my final suggestion to minorities, please do keep and even increase your voice, your efforts to make, please do keep and increase your efforts to make your voices louder at the international level for the protection and promotion of your own rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali. I was pleased to see actually perhaps a slightly different recommendation, but totally agree with about keeping and increasing the loudness of voice at the international level. Totally agree with that. Jonathan, over to you. Jonathan is joining us online as well, and he's the Executive Director of Conciliation Resources. Thank you, Jonathan, and go ahead.
Thank you very much, and pleasure to join you online, and sorry not to be able to be with you in person. The previous speakers have presented us with perspectives on critical issues relating to the implementation. And so I'd like to perhaps take a slightly different perspective, talking about the institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs, and to start by thinking about the fact that there are what I'd call two forms of glue that are essential for progress to be made. And one is perhaps rather prosaic, and that's the issue of resources. And I don't want to focus on that. The other is what I'd see as the embodiment of values, norms, and standards in cultures and community. And I do want to approach the question of implementation through that lens. And I want to focus on this because I think if we don't appreciate how we weave together implementation in its different domains, then we just won't make progress. And this is to reflect on the dimension of civic space and the interplay of minority and majority relations as the crux for ensuring that minority rights are respected and can flourish. And I want to do this by thinking about the nature of inclusion in particular, with the underlying recognition that when diversity is seen as an asset and not as a threat, societies will prosper. I approach this question from the perspective of a peace builder and through the lens of conflict prevention. And my organization, Conciliation Resources, which works with people in conflict to transform broken relationships with the aspiration to move from violence to politics as a means to resolve conflict. And we recognize that the rights of minorities are so often diminished by the escalation and reality of violent conflict the world over. So to look at this question, I'm going to reflect on 4 propositions. The first one is that the rights, safety, and agency of all peoples are connected with peace and conflict in intimate and multifaceted ways. And this absolutely includes communities belonging to national or ethnic, religious, linguistic minorities, but also with gender being a critical cross-cutting dimension. In recent years, we've invested in the practice-based learning in this area and using an intersectional lens to understand how different identities, including gender, interact to shape experiences, vulnerability, power, and the multiple levels of marginalization and discrimination that minority groups face in times of conflict. And I think very importantly, that gives us an opportunity to look at what entry points exist to transform these through a peace-building approach. Secondly, I want to reflect on the efforts to prevent conflict and how they should be viewed as upstream investments in mitigating or avoiding the potential erosion of the rights of all minority persons that face marginalization and discrimination. We can see too readily around the world how populist, nationalist, homogenizing movements foster grievances to rationalize war and conflict, and often are explicitly predicated on narratives of control and subjugation, and sometimes even the erasure of national and ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities. Norms, stereotypes, and expectations around gender often mean that women and sexual and gender minorities are disproportionately silenced and excluded or targeted through distinct forms of violence. And then the third proposition is that we've seen how firsthand how inclusive peace-building initiatives can actively safeguard and at the same time advance the rights of minority peoples and communities. Undertaking intersectional conflict analysis and promoting inclusive dialogue and participation in peace processes engenders subtle, although also occasionally stark, adjustments of harmful social norms and power dynamics. Over time, we've seen this can establish confidence and overcome prejudice and build bridges between rights holders and duty bearers, creating safe spaces for minority groups, both to heal from trauma, but also to build support networks and increase confidence in articulating their concerns and aspirations is critical, and I think builds on what Ali has just said. And we've seen that using approaches such as creative storytelling and psychosocial workshops is one component of this that underpins the more advocacy-focused dimensions that are crucial. Another element of this, I think, is the process of gradually building trust with those in positions of power and identifying areas of mutual concern with communities to foster collaboration. And I'll return to the issue of trust at the end of my notes shortly. And then a fourth proposition is around the meaningful inclusion of communities belonging to minorities and how this can itself contribute to peace and conflict prevention. At CR, we understand that the marginalization, exclusion, or violation of rights of distinct peoples and communities are clearly a root cause of conflict and violence, as has been mentioned earlier on in the presentations. And I think the UN and World Bank report Pathways for Peace clearly shows how inclusion is particularly important to building the political momentum that can reduce or halt violence in or halt violence. We also see how the peace deals that stand the test of time are those that are more fully representative of all groups and communities, which are then bolstered by more broad-based inclusive processes. And taking action to advance the rights of all, including persons belonging to minorities, is ultimately foundational in maintaining peace and preventing violent conflict. This in turn becomes a virtuous circle in regards to the further protection of minority rights. I've spoken about the importance of conflict prevention, and one dimension of this that I think is crucially important for addressing the challenges we face, and I think it's been the challenges we face in minority-majority relations, and one that habitually leads to conflict and which has been discussed in previous sessions, is around self-determination. And I think the lack of an international recourse mechanism for self-determination claims continues to this day to be problematic. And such a mechanism could support the development of principled and consistent responses, as opposed to the politicized and wholly inadequate ones that we generally see. In the absence of such a mechanism, and as international standards are clearly eroded in front of our eyes, we at Conciliation Resources have been doing some work on what we call futures thinking, and see it as a creative means to explore, among other things, minority rights and minority-majority relations. Futures thinking is a relatively underexplored example of practice that can potentially enable sides in seemingly intractable conflict, including over self-determination, to imagine a future outside the parameters of their current, often polarized goals, contributing to more inclusive visions of what we want our societies to look like in the future. It's also something that civil society actors and minority groups themselves can instigate and support outside formal processes. And I think that's critical, because all too often formal processes are those that exclude minority groups. And a final thought. I spoke about trust earlier on, and I think an additional glue in the process of implementation has to be trust. In peace processes, we see that it's important to analyze what can be called the trust ecosystems of the process, the various relationships and types and levels of trust that exist between conflict parties. And I think this stands equally so in regard to minority-majority relationships. This has a broader relevance in plotting out interpersonal and group trust dynamics between key actors and in broader society. I wonder whether bringing the notion of trust to the fore adds something to the challenges we face. There's no question that trust is elusive and that it requires persistent investment. But it does require us to think how we invest in the implementation of institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs in ways that build accountability and demonstrate concern for the well-being, the identity, and the futurity of those at risk of marginalization. So I would end by saying that a strategic appreciation of the importance of trust can act to solve problems before they escalate into societal dissonance, oppression, and violence, and can enable minority groups to gradually build confidence in the way in which policies, institutions, mechanisms, and programs are actually implemented.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was pretty much bang on the nail for timing. So thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for Jonathan. Okay, so now I will move on to the interventions from the floor and also online. I will obviously go with people who haven't spoken at all first, before I then revert to some of you that have already made statements. So to come with, and also just to remind you, I'm not going to read out the whole of the UN statement, but I would like just to remind everyone to remain on topic, to respect the UN values and principles when referring to countries and territories. So I am now going to start with in-person intervention. Is it Oscar? I've got Oscar and in brackets Adria. Ah, okay. 1 second if you just wait for the... And this is from the Plataforma per la Lengua.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Varma. Good evening, minority advocates. I'm speaking on behalf of Plataforma per la Llengua, an advocacy group based in Barcelona which defends the rights of Catalan speakers. Catalan language immersive education system is under threat. Our model establishes Catalan as the teaching language for all courses, except, of course, for language subjects. Thus, pupils with different mother tongues finish secondary education being fully bilingual in Catalan and Spanish. A recent survey shows that 82% of Catalan residents support the current linguistic immersion model, support being strongest 88% among young people. The model is not only a consensus of the past, but also one for the future. In November 2021, after several judicial setbacks, the Spanish courts ruled that a minimum of 25% of cases in every grade at every school must be taught in Spanish. 25, not 24, not 26. This goes against the Articles 7 and 8 of the European Charter of Regional or Minority Languages, since the Spanish instrument of ratification of the Charter mandates that full immersion in Catalan must be available. Our education system is also threatened by hate speech. In December 2021, the then leader of the PP, Perry, who has ruled Spain during 14 of the last 25 years, falsely claimed that teachers in Catalonia had instructions to put stones in children's backpacks and not to allow them to go to the toilet if they spoke Spanish. With these falsehoods, Spanish nationalism is trying to turn policies in favor of minority language into acts of discrimination. Instead of prosecuting hate speech against minorities, the Hate Crimes Unit of the Spanish District Attorney's Office is investigating Twitter accounts with little followers who expressed discontent with the court's decision. That's using a tool created to protect minorities to persecute them. Our suggested recommendations are official recognition by states of their autochthonous languages speakers as minorities, respect for the right to study their languages, to study in their languages, and their right to decide on their own education model without state powers interfering, including judiciary powers, and combat anti-minority agitation and hate speech with minorities representatives as a key voice in the investigation, including them as a key voice. I am very sorry to see that the Spanish ambassador has not been able to attend this panel because we think the Spanish government should deploy official awareness campaigns on minority rights and fight language discrimination publicly, and to recognize their existence of their linguistic minorities, because they have answered the last report from the special rapporteur stating that there are no minorities, no linguistic minorities in Spain, and including not ratifying the Framework Convention of the Protection of National Minorities of the Council of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now move online, and as I said, I'm giving priority to those who haven't spoken yet. And just to say to both Boris and Jonathan, I will be reverting back to you before we close the session. Thank you. So I would like to now call on Karim. Karim, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am Kerem Abdurrahimoğlu, and I am representing the Turkish minority of Western Thrace in Greece. Distinguished participants, international minority protection institutions mechanisms may be considered a major achievement of our century in terms of addressing social and interdiversity conflicts throughout dialogue, as well as a significant contribution to global stability and peace. A holistic human rights approach of the UN, as well as human rights protection mechanisms in Europe, such as European Convention of Human Rights and its judicial mechanism, European Court of Human Rights, during the recent decades has initiated to incorporate minority rights protection programs to overall human rights mechanisms by contributing a universal impartiality of human rights and minority rights. UN Declaration on Minority Rights and European Framework for Protection of National Minorities are highly positive steps taken in this regard. However, the effectiveness of these universal values on human and minority rights is directly proportional to the embracement of such values on diversity and tolerance by the party states. The case of Xanthi-Turkish Union is a great illustration of Greece's adoption of universal values such as diversity and human rights. Decision of European Court of Human Rights on the case of Xanthi-Turkish Union, which obliged Greece to restitution of official status of the association, has been pending for implementation since 2008. Despite the European Court of Human Rights decision and legislative amendments passed by the Greek Parliament, the Greek Court of Cassation denied the association's appeal for restoration of its official status for the third time in June 2021. Besides, in Western Thrace, associations referring ethnic Turkish identity of the minority on their titles cannot be established. As a result, Turks in the region who are Greek citizens are deprived from the right to association with the name of their ethnicity on their title that is a necessity for protection of their identity and social and cultural values. Consequently, the case of Turkish minority in Western Thrace, particularly case of Xanthi-Turkish Union, is a great illustration of how minority rights question is inseparable component of human rights question, where intolerance to ethnic identity of the minority led to violation of its fundamental rights. We, as the Turkish minority of Western Thrace, kindly ask what initiatives can be taken by international minority protection bodies for our country, Greece, for taking further steps in embracement of universal values on human and minority rights protection and complying with judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kerem. Could I just remind all our speakers, both here in person and online, to just slow down. I won't cut you off mid-sentence, I promise, but please just slow down because the interpreters are having difficulty keeping up with you. However, that doesn't mean they give you loads of time either. Okay, I shall now move back to, I've lost myself. Here in person, Anza Usmanov, Interregional Association of Meskhetian Turks.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. If you don't mind, I will speak sitting down. I'm Ansar Usmanov. I'm representative of the Public Association of Meskhetian Turks called Vatan. And I'd like to talk about the problem of the participation of representatives of minorities in the process of making and implementing decisions about them. And I'd like to share the experience of Meskhetian Turks who faced the problem of implementing legal mechanisms for repatriation to their historical homeland. Let me remind you that the Meskhetian Turks are the indigenous people of the southern region of Georgia, forcibly deported by the Stalinist regime of the Soviet Union during the Second World War to Central Asia. And the legal mechanisms for the repatriation of the deported population in the form of laws and bylaws were adopted by the Georgian leadership as commitments made upon joining the Council of Europe. The efforts of the Georgian authorities were not successful because, as it became obvious, they didn't initially have such a goal. They were created only to formally meet the requirements of the Council of Europe. A vivid confirmation of the collapse of the repatriation program is the fact that there is at least one person from among the deported population who returned to Georgia and was restored to citizenship according to this repatriation mechanism. There are many reasons for this, from the non-admission of representatives of the minority itself to participate in this process, both at the stage of rulemaking and the stage of implementation of accepted norms, and to the rejection by the Georgian leadership of the ethnic and the cultural identity of the deported population, which manifests itself in the rejection of the ethnic self-designation of the minority, which violates fundamental human rights. Finally, our main recommendation for our forum is to promote the effective, broad, and open participation of minority representatives in the decision-making process that directly concerns their fate, as well as in the implementation of these mechanisms. So thank you for attention.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much, Asanda. Right, I call on the next speaker online, and that's Denis Cervanti. Yeah, you'll need to come off mute, Denis. No, we can't hear you. Try now. Oh, now you're... Nope. No, we can't hear you, sorry. Although you're not showing on mute here, so I don't know if anybody technical can help him. Okay. Denis, I'm going to come back to you. Can you double check your settings? And then I will come back to you, don't worry. So I will continue online, and I will call Slava Balan.
Hello, I hope you hear me well.
Yes,
yeah,
we can.
Great. I'm Slava Balan. I'm originally from Moldova. Now I live in Canada. So in both countries, I'm a minority. I'm also doing some research on human rights-based approach to minorities. So basically, what I'd like to offer is a kind of an idea and a reflection. So I would also welcome the response to this idea. Basically, from the discussions which I've heard so far, we are kind of going in a way in circles. So on the one hand, many people say that the existing standards are not adequate, that there would be a need for some sort of new instrument, normative instrument or framework to strengthen the protection for minorities. On the other hand, we at the same time acknowledge that the very adopters of these new eventual instruments, the governments, are actually dominated by the majorities. So, and we are kind of closing the circle. So we want the new instruments, but the ones who have to adopt them are those who probably don't want to adopt these instruments or don't want to implement them. So my reflection and question is this. Shouldn't we think about kind of broadening the circle of the eventual actors in with regard to a new instrument or framework? So instead of adopting a new a treaty or a new declaration, maybe we should adopt a kind of compact, a global compact, which would include such actors like municipalities or local administrations as the actors in the process of adopting and enforcing the minority standards, and businesses who are quite often, particularly multinational corporations, who are not rarely the co-accomplices in violation of some of the minority rights. So shouldn't we think about a new instrument and framework which would be not just looking for the states as the main actors and minorities, of course, themselves, but also some extra actors in this eventual global compact? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Slavo. That was, some of those ideas actually reflect some of my own thoughts, but I'll keep those to myself for the moment. But I will let you have those in a second. I'm going to call on Jeroen Zandberg.
Hello. Distinguished guests, I wish to explain the human rights situation of the Cham Albanian community. The Cham are an indigenous people with the Cham Albanian language and culture who lived for many centuries in the historical region they called Chameria, which is now northwestern Greece. The area was part of the Ottoman Empire until 1913, when it became part of Greece, despite the fact that a large part of the population identified themselves as Cham Albanian. The Greek government subsequently implemented the policy of assimilation of the Orthodox Cham Albanians and intimidation and expulsion of the Islamic Cham Albanians. For example, in the Greek-Turkish population exchange of 1923, many Cham were forcibly moved to Turkey, since the Greek government claimed the Cham Albanians were in fact Turkish. Furthermore, in 1944, during World War II, almost the entire Cham Albanian population fled across the Greek border to Albania to escape the war. The Cham Albanians who were forced out to Turkey and Albania were stripped of their citizenship, and their land, houses and other possessions were seized and nationalized through several laws in 1947, 1953 and 1959. The Cham Albanians have tried to reclaim their rights for decades, and the Cham issue remains an open wound in the Balkans up until this day. The Cham issue revolves around the return of citizenship, land and other possessions that were illegitimately taken away from the Cham Albanian people. The Cham issue is also about the recognition of the Cham Albanians as a distinct people who are entitled to minority rights. Unfortunately, Greece has not ratified the treaties of the Council of Europe that pertain to the protection of national minorities, which means the Cham Albanians are unable to claim minority rights through these means. And for example, the Albanian language is completely absent from public services and education. Over the years, the Cham issue has occasionally flared up in international politics, but this attention was due to either Greece, Albania, or the EU using it for their own political ends, without having the best interests of the Cham Albanian people in mind. The small Cham Albanian community has been squeezed by the big powers in the region for centuries. We hope that the United Nations could play a role in ending this geopolitical squeeze and place the emphasis where it belongs, namely the rights of a minority to get peace and justice. The recommendation is for the United Nations or another international organization to become the driver for minority rights for the Cham Albanian community by setting up reconciliatory instruments in the region and promoting implementation of the Minority Rights Declaration of 1992. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will come back now online to Denise. Hopefully we can hear you this time.
I changed I don't have the earphones. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dear moderator, the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious and Linguistic Minorities offers an important opportunity to examine the diverse ways in which the Declaration has been used and implemented in practice, and to gain the perspectives of different stakeholders on how it has impacted on aspects of national legislation, institutional mechanisms, and their activities to advance the rights of persons belonging to minorities. Now, myself, I belong to the Turkish community in Western Thrace in Greece, just like my colleague, Mr. Kerem. We represent the Federation of Western Thrace Turks in Europe. It's in Germany and here in Brussels. The Turkish community in Western Thrace in Greece, which has an estimated population of 150,000, does comprise 1.3% of the general population in Greece and constitutes the majority in the province of Rhodope, with 52% and almost half of the population in Xanthi. There is an officially recognized Muslim minority in Thrace, and the status of the minority is determined by the Treaty of Lausanne of 1923. Now, although the Treaty of Lausanne does not specifically mention the ethnic identity of our minority, there is a specific reference to the Turkish ethnic identity of the minority in legal and international documents. This is notably the case with the Etabli documents. What I would like to point here is, unfortunately, with respect to the Greek authorities, there is recognition only of the Muslim minority in Thrace and a denial of the existence of an ethnic Turkish minority in the region. In this case, the educational and religious autonomy of the community has been systematically undermined and diminished by governmental practices over years. This has been done through legislations without prior consultation or opinion sharing with the representatives from the minority. The recognition of the Turkish community as a national and not merely as a religious minority not only is denied by the government, but unfortunately also by a large part of the media in Greece. There is a negative portrayal and instances of discrimination with respect to the minority. Now, we as ABTTF, we call upon the governments, not only in the OSCE, but in the UN region in Europe, to do all what they can, to reaffirm their commitment to the principles contained in the Declaration on the rights of persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, and publicize it widely. In this respect, states should demonstrate their commitment to minority rights by ensuring that minority issues are consistently integrated into and reflected in governmental policy and practice. And last but not least, I believe this forum is an essential part in this respect to move forward these issues. And I look forward to future recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denis. Thank you. I'd now like to call on Ferenc Kalmar. Just wait for the mic.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Lecco, you mentioned in your speech that the issue of integration of minorities into the majority societies or societies of the country where they live. With this issue, we dealt quite a lot, even in the time of Mr. Zanier. And, well, the problem is with this issue that in countries where collective rights are not accepted, the question of integration into majority society only with individual rights is equal to assimilation. So this is something very clear, and this is why I would suggest that you as OSCE to lobby in the countries where the collective rights are not accepted, to accept the collective rights, and I am sure that the question of integration would go smoothly, or I would say easier. Another remark regarding what Professor Hüseynoglu said, regarding the voice of the minorities, that they should have a stronger voice. The fact is that I had, and I said several times in different fora, that a very good solution for this would be to make from the European Parliament a two-chamber parliament. Because a second chamber, which, well, it might be more expensive than today, but it would solve different and more problems, since in the second chamber, different communities and associations or organizations could come and could say their opinions on the European events and European politics. So this would be my two remarks, and tomorrow I will present my proposals in a more structured way. These were only two remarks today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ferenc. I will continue with those who haven't spoken in the first session, and that is again here face to face, and give people online the chance to maybe, who haven't spoken, to maybe raise their hands and to participate online. We do want to have as equal a participation online and in person as possible. So please do think about a question and get your hand up, and we'll come to you next. Elchin.
First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists for their contribution. I'm Elchin Başol from Apazian, Turkish Apazian community, and I'm a lecturer at Turkish University. As an Apaz minority living in Turkey, I would like to draw attention to the issue of minorities of minorities. Frankly, I would be telling a huge lie if I said that Apazians living in Turkey were systematically assimilated or oppressed by the Turkish state. Apazians have been acceptable students for the Turkish state from the beginning. However, they are still experiencing cultural erosions due to their small populations. Both national and international representations of Apazians are very limited. From this point of view, it's possible to say that the minorities whose voices are louder and who are more numerous or has more population gain more rights, we can say that. So there are minorities within minorities, or there are minorities of minorities, we can say. My first suggestion is that there must be a mechanism to be created in this regard. The existence of a program and a structure for unrepresented minorities is very important in this respect. For example, you're probably encountering an Apazian from Turkey for the first time, although most of you are working on minorities or studying on minorities. The Uyghurs are also other examples. They have more populations than Apazians, but they are also unrepresented minority. Another issue based on my own ethnic identity is about the life documents of minorities living in conflict areas. Apazians living in Turkey have many relatives in Abkhazia due to their family establishment or historical ties. Or there are many Abkhazians from Turkey who study and work in Abkhazia. For this reason, the issue of international recognition of documents related to these issues that are a part of the life cycle, such as birth, death, education, marriage, arises. It's inevitable that the conflicts and wars experienced by the countries will have consequences that will affect the minorities in particular. However, in order to find a solution to this issue, the UN mechanisms need to be activated and new policies should be developed, I think. Currently, there are children born from Abkhazian and Turkish Abkhazian mixed marriages and cannot have an identity card. Or there are people who continue their education in Abkhazia but whose diplomas, documents are deemed invalid in another country. People who cannot prove their existence and they are stuck in this geography in Abkhazia.
Elton, I need you to wrap up.
Okay, to summarize, I propose the establishment of a program or policy on the representation of minorities and the establishment of a mechanism for the recognition or equivalence of the life certificates of minorities living in unrecognized or conflict areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just remind everyone that recommendations really should be sent to Marcus and or put in the chat box if you're online. It would really be helpful if you could forward those on, because there are some very clear ones there. Thank you very much. So the last speaker I have that hasn't already spoken, but delighted to welcome him, as he'll be an expert speaker tomorrow as well, and is a former senior minority fellow, is Farkat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Persons belonging to national, ethnic, and linguistic minorities are often victims of multiple discriminations. And they may lack access to justice and other things like land or property. And therefore, the important aim of all stakeholders, including governments and states, is to put every effort to prevent discrimination, intolerance, and to ensure that perpetrators are brought to liability. And to do so, they should use available or establish new mechanisms, policies, and strategies. However, for instance, in Central Asian countries, where even when there are clear evidences of ethnic nature of a conflict, frequently states tend to argue that this is not an inter-ethnic conflict, but it is a misconduct, hooliganism, or such kind of things. There is also a widespread practice of to terminate such cases based on the so-called reconciliation of the parties. And how this reconciliation is reached is the big question. I would like to recommend the following to the states and to the governments of the countries concerned. First, to take seriously every case of intolerance or discrimination against ethnic or religious or linguistic minorities, since if not addressed properly, this would lead to impunity of perpetrators and reoccurrence of even more large scale of such cases. Second, to ensure inevitability of punishment for those involved in their inter-ethnic conflicts. And I would like also to propose to discontinue this practice of termination of criminal cases when it comes to discrimination or intolerance against minorities. And to the UN, to OSCE, to the EU and other international organizations, I would like to encourage them to draw attention of their counterparts in Central Asian countries to the importance of proper interpretation of each specific case and which involves discrimination of minorities, and to ensure that perpetrators are brought to liability in a proper way. I thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Farhat, and we'll hear you again tomorrow. Now before I go back to some of the speakers that have interventions that have already made some comments in the first session, I'm just going to get the speakers that I have around the table to have a couple of minutes of thought and response to what they've heard so far, and then I will revert back to those of you that have already spoken in a second round. I will just start randomly, so I'm going to start with Tiana because she's to my left here. And then I'll come to you, Jonathan, and then to Ali, and then Boris. Tihana, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mina. And actually, maybe I can start with a specific reference of collective rights versus individual rights. Actually, I think this is a subject of much intense discussion, and within the OSCE, the terminology that there is a commitment to use is members of national minorities. So this is the terminology that we use. So I would leave it at that. I think this is a very extensive, both legal and political and policy discussion. So I would not go into the details of that. With reference to, I mean, I've learned a lot from many of the interventions. So thank you very much for that. And I've taken note of those, and I will certainly convey that as part of our discussions within the office. I will not comment on individual cases now for the same reason that we do not in general, but I would perhaps comment on some of the recommendations that were stated. I think there's definitely consensus that there has to be broader consultations on policies in the making on our legislation, especially on those which have a direct impact or indirect impact on members of national minorities, irrelevant in which field of sort of public administration they are. So I think this is something that we've had several speakers comment about that, but also several interventions. So perhaps this is one of the recommendations that will stand there. I would also join what Ali has said to national minorities, do speak up, do continue sort of raising the issues. You are the representatives of yourself, first of all, but also of your community, and particularly if you speak more than one language, you are in a position to actually represent both the culture, but also any of the issues that you may have. And I do see sort of the questions and the interventions that we have received actually from that point of view as well. And so I would leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Tihana. Jonathan, back to you.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for such interesting interventions, and both sort of thoughtful and passionate, which I think is a really critical combination. Perhaps I'll just comment on a couple of points that were made. I was struck by the comments from our colleague, our Abkhazian colleague from Turkey, and having worked a lot in Abkhazia, you'll be pleased to know I have met Abkhaz from Turkey previously. But I think the point you raise is important from a couple of perspectives, because I think we very rarely think about the challenges for minority rights and human rights in general in territories that are unrecognized or non-government controlled territories. And I think this poses a real challenge. You're demonstrating the challenge it poses for people who are living outside those territories but have an identity and an affiliation with those territories. I think there are also very real challenges of human rights and minority rights monitoring, and the both monitoring and adhering to standards within such territories. And I'm conscious that oftentimes there are exclusions placed upon the peoples in such regions, and those prejudice their ability to enjoy rights that everyone should enjoy. So that, I think, you raise a really important question there, and one that needs to be tackled much more. I liked the point that our colleague, and I apologize, I didn't catch exactly who said it. I think it was Slava, about the importance of exploring the way in which additional actors, extra actors, can have a voice in these challenging questions through some kind of global compact. I'm not sure exactly how, but I do think that we really face some challenges in needing to widen participation, broaden those who can engage and who can contribute to processes that strengthen the adherence to and the commitments regarding minorities. So I think that's something that definitely warrants further exclusion. And then the final point I'll make in response to our colleague, our Chun colleague from Albania, I thought you used a really important phrase when you spoke about the geopolitical squeeze, because I think we have to recognize that we're living in a period when the multilateral global apparatus is diluted, fragmented, and in fact, brutally under assault. And so when states struggle to respect and adhere to multilateral approaches, indeed, minority groups get squeezed in a particular way. And I think that we see the what we might call the sort of we see a more exclusionary language around nation building, in a greater challenge to the liberal articulation of minority rights and the norms and standards that in recent decades we feel have been in the ascendancy. And I think this poses a near-on existential challenge to some of the norms and standards that we've been discussing today. So I don't have an answer to that, but I think it's really important that a recognition of that geopolitical squeeze and how to resist it informs everything that we do.
Thank you, Jonathan. And now over to you, Ali.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to thank the Federal Minister of European and International Affairs in the beginning. Sorry for this. Okay, thanks for your intervention. And some were very, very familiar, some cases, for years and years. Some are new cases for me. First and foremost, the respect to study in their own language, as one of our people that mentioned here, is very, very significant. Because once you lose this right, or you have never been given this right, you will probably get culturally assimilated within the dominant majority culture. This is the faith. This has been the faith of many, many minorities across Europe. As for what steps needs to be taken to put norms into practice, as one of the online presenters asked us, I think we have nothing other than pushing and convincing states to put norms into practice. There is no enforcement mechanism. Nobody can really put force onto states or dictate the implementation of these rights in practice. So what needs to be done is to push and convince at the local level, at the national level, and at the international level. To apply these norms, not partially, but fully. This is another significant aspect, why they are not working so well, why we have been discussing violation of even fundamental human rights of minorities for decades and decades, because not in full terms. As for the decision-making mechanisms and minorities, why are not there? Many of the minorities, they have never been there. If a state doesn't want to solve a problem regarding her own minority, then you will not be at the decision-making mechanism. Even if you are, then this is a kind of show of the goodwill that I told that you have a minority, this minority has a problem, you as a state know that problem. If you want to solve, you need to solve with your minority group, not without your minority group. But this is quite a general problem across Europe that I know better than Central Asia. Widening the number of actors, like municipalities, as one of the interventors told us here, like local actors, businesses, inclusiveness. It sounds quite perfect, but at the end of the day, I'm not so optimistic that this will work. More people, more voices. Even with less people, we can't manage to put these norms into practice. How will we cope with more members, with more voices? A new instrument, including extra actors, the states and the minorities, it may work, but I'm not so optimistic. And finally, that's it. I can stop here.
Thank you, Ali. I come to you now, Boris.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. Many interesting points were made. Very brief reaction to some of them. The gentleman from Catalonia about this immersive education model. Of course, this is exclusively a matter to be decided by Catalan people and by Spanish people inside the government. But I'm afraid that international standards are not on your side in this case, because all major recommendations, both from the Osce and from the Council of Europe, recommend exactly bilingual, multilingual education and see multilingualism in education as the best way of integration of minorities. As to these Turkish cases under the European Court of Human Rights, I cannot agree more with Mr. Kerem. Indeed, this is a good example when not specific norms on minority rights, but general provisions on the right to association are violated because minorities are discriminated against. The court has already pronounced its verdicts, and now monitoring of execution is in the hands of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Slava, new actors, yes, indeed, it's a really very interesting issue. It's a front line of modern human rights, how non-state actors can be engaged. And not only transnational corporations, but also international organizations like the European Union has direct jurisdiction over a number of issues, including those which directly affect the right of minorities. The particularly difficult issue is implementation of the rights and the jurisdiction over those territories where legitimate power has no effective jurisdiction, like the so-called non-recognized territories. This is a very special issue. My dear friend, Mr. Kalmar, collective rights, the problem is that still international law today does not recognize collective rights, with very few exceptions, like indigenous people, for example, and we discussed this issue several times, and this is a matter of standard setting, and I wish you good luck with trying to achieve this at international arena. And finally, my last point about this, many ideas were suggested to increase minority access to speak at different international fora. Sorry, colleagues, I'm somewhat skeptical about it, because we can speak a lot, but the real problem is effective participation. And I believe what we should all concentrate on is how to ensure that minorities have a say about their own lives. And this is not enough just to have access to speaking at some international fora, but we need some strong instruments. We have corresponding recommendations of the OSCE, we have corresponding recommendations of the Council of Europe, but in practice, unfortunately, effective participation still remains the weakest link in minority protection, in my view. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Boris. I think before I revert to some of the speakers that have already intervened, I just sort of reflect a little bit on my own thoughts. And I do have a slight disagreement with you, Ali, about how many people do you bring into the conversation. And I think it was Slava who said about sort of the municipalities and business and stuff. And I know from the work that I do and the work I've been working with Fernand on is yes, business are important. And the reason why business is so important is because they have money. And money actually talks much louder than small NGOs do, and they get listened to. And the other reason why we need to speak to business is that the human rights abuses that they are committing within their supply chains, whether they know it or not, are generally against minorities. Because they are the most vulnerable workers, they are the most excluded workers, the most invisible workers. So I do think there is a conversation to be had around that. And I think the first conversation we should be having is with the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, because they have just published a roadmap for the next decade, and it doesn't mention the word minorities at all. So, if we're not even starting with our own house, then we certainly can't expand it to somebody else's house. So I think that is really important that we consider that as we move forward. And I know that it's something that IDSN and DSN UK are very much engaged in, and I do think it's really important. There are ways and means of making a difference that perhaps doesn't have to open it up to having too many voices heard, but also it is actually having those voices around the table that should be heard around the table. So I do, I have been thinking about that quite a lot. And I think, that it is, again, that who speaks for whom. So I have a lot of discussion around appropriation of identity, and I think it's also important to have the real identity there, because we can't speak for others, and that's really important when we're talking about that. I mean, that's why this first regional forum is so important, because this will be a collection of voices now from across the globe, which we can go back to. And I mean, the UN Forum in Geneva is just after or just before the UN Working Group of the UN Forum on Business and Human Rights. So we have some perfect opportunities to at least try start that process of mainstreaming minority issues within that working group, even if not in the rest of the UN, it may take a little bit more time for that. But we also have the September events that will be coming up in order to do that. So those are some of the things that, reflecting on interventions from the floor, I think that is important. And I think, again, Jonathan, you were talking about gender as a critical cross-cutting dimension. And I think that's the other area that we haven't really teased out today, and I'm sure it will come out a little bit more tomorrow. But, how the multiple and intersectional forms of discrimination facing minority women is something that we need to address even further, and there needs to be discussion around that. So I will stop on those thoughts for now, but I would also like to just call on the remaining speakers before we wrap up, or see if anyone else has any quick responses. So yes, I have 3 speakers from the previous session. Sashik.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank you, our experts, for your contributions. So about implementation. Implementation is very important in terms of participation of national minorities, because in this very phase, minorities should be involved in minimum, or if this implementation is also a meaningful one, then minorities should have an opportunity to initiate policies, and if needed, they should have an opportunity to put a veto on a specific mechanism which negatively affects on national minorities. In this regard, my recommendation is to international organizations to require from the governments to involve national minorities meaningfully if there is a process, program affecting on national minorities. So about institutions. It is very important to, in the state level, to have institutions which are dealing with national minorities. But as our experience shows, that having just a working group attached to the state institution only formally and only physically, this option only physically involves national minorities. State bodies that are intended to tackle national minority issues should consist of people with either minority background or those who have experience in minority rights. And these bodies should be not attached to the prime minister or to the government or to the president, but rather these bodies should be attached to bodies which have more depth understanding of minority rights, for example, the Ombudsman's Office or Ministry of Justice, for example. So the third one, the programs. So this recommendation is more addressed to international organizations. So I'm from Armenia, I'm from Yazidi Center for Human Rights. We do our best to advocate for better legal mechanisms, better policies for national minorities. But when there is a critical situation, sometimes NGOs remain alone to fight for a positive solution. Because OSCE office in our country has been closed because of political issues, and now we are just once a year having an email with OSCE High Commissioner's Office. UN office in Armenia doesn't have an OSCE HR agency or Human Rights Department. And Council of Europe office in Yerevan is working with national minorities only when there is an upcoming visit of Advisory Committee of Framework Convention. This results a situation when the ones who are worried about minority rights in state are just NGOs who become vulnerable and weak because the state maybe is not motivated, international organizations are not involved. In this regard, my recommendation to international organizations will be to initiate particular programs, even small ones, to have presence in all regions where there are national minorities, even if they have small number of populations, because our experience shows that small minorities are more vulnerable.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Shashik. I'm going to go back online. Alessandra. We can't hear you. Yeah. That's good. It's good. Sorry.
Yes. For those of you that were not attending the previous session, I will introduce myself. My name is Elisenda Palousie, and I'm the president of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. Since 2017, the Spanish authorities have been violating the fundamental human rights of the Catalan national minority, including breaches of the right to peaceful assembly, freedom of expression, and others, through a massive campaign of repression to prevent Catalonia from exercising its right to self-determination. To all these breaches, we now must add the violation of the right to privacy of scores of Catalans. On April 18th, the Canadian Research Centre Citizen Lab at the University of Toronto denounced the illegal use by Spanish authorities of the Pegasus spyware against at least 65 political and civil society leaders, journalists, and even their lawyers and families, in an investigation that was validated by Amnesty International. Among them are 5 members of the Catalan National Assembly, including myself, the president of the organization. The use of spyware against democratic movements is incompatible with human rights, as stated by UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Michelle Bachelet, as surveillance technology attacks the core values of democracy and freedom, lurking in the shadows away from oversight and public scrutiny. This kind of software has minimal levels of regulation, both nationally and internationally. The Catalan Gate scandal is even more worrying, as the spyware has not been used against criminal or terrorist threats, but against political dissidents. The use of Pegasus by Spanish authorities has been driven by a very specific goal: the political downfall of the Catalan pro-independence movement. Spain, alongside Hungary and Poland, are for now the only cases of state espionage within the EU, creating a dangerous precedent not only for European minorities, but for minorities all over the world.
Elisenda, can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, the Spanish authorities until recently denied any state espionage against Catalans, although given all the evidence published recently, they are now starting to admit their actions, justifying it. The Ministry of Defense justified it last week in the Spanish Parliament by saying that the Catalan political dissidents is considered a threat to the Spanish state. In other words, justifying disproportionate violations of fundamental rights that are recognized by the Spanish Constitution itself for the sake of the unity of the state. For all these reasons,
thank you, Elisenda. Thank
for
you.
all these reasons, we think that this issue of espionage using these tools that are so invasive has to be taken seriously by the mechanism of protection of human rights of national minorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now calling on Kamran.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. So I want to tell you very shortly the story of minorities who are living in the rural areas. For example, in Georgia, it's easier for me to speak the Georgian experience. It's very hard for us to get higher education and then compete with those professionals who are from the dominant ethnic group. And then as a result, we have not only the government who is not employing minorities, but for example, in the Georgian case, in the Georgian realm, we have international organizations working on minority issues and have not a single employee from minority backgrounds. Therefore, when the issues of international organizations or when the international organizations are starting to talk about minority issues, a lot of real problems are left out of the public agenda of international organizations. I don't know like any organization, a single organization which has employed ethnic minorities. And then when we start talking with the government, why they don't have employment policy for minorities, and we look up to the international organizations and say that you wanna advocate and support us and lobby this issue with the government, they are most of the time silent because government turns to them and says, why don't you employ minorities? So I think that's a very huge problem in the face of when Tihana said, do speak up. Yeah, we want to do speak up, but I am really privileged person to be here, to speak English, to speak Georgian, to work with an organization, Social Justice Center, but not a lot of bright ethnic minorities are in my shoes because of the reality they are facing. And yeah, but we have a really good international norms and standards, but when it comes to put these standards into reality, it's very hard because those really supporters of minority interests, and I'm not trying to be, I don't know, like discriminative towards dominant group. I am feeling personally what I have problem, what kind of problem I have in my reality. Yeah? Most of the time, the dominant group members, they might be very liberal, very progressive, very good human rights defenders, but they blame on us. For example, FCNM, ECRI, CERD, that kind of information we don't have villages. That kind of mechanisms we cannot know of in the villages. So if there is no one to empower us or teach us about these mechanisms, we will never use it.
Amran, I need you to wrap up.
And about Meskhetian Muslims, I really agree. In Georgia, we have very huge problem. The government is very problematic approach and securitized Meskhetian Muslims. Unfortunately, they don't have citizenship, and during the COVID period, they had to pay a lot of money for medical purposes. And one more remark about the previous Elchin's remark, Abkhazian, in the Abkhazia, yes, I agree that there are a lot of problems with Abkhazians, maybe in Turkey as well. And also in Abkhazia, we have ethnic Georgians who cannot learn their native language, their mother tongue at schools. I mean, we should have some mechanisms for those unrecognized regions to protect the minority rights. In this case, yes, the dominant group in Georgia is kind of oppressing and suppressing our voices as ethnic minorities. But if I look to the region, to my country, in the internationally recognized borders, ethnic Georgians are oppressed in Abkhazia as well.
Okay, Kamran, enough. Thank you. Okay, one last reaction, I think, is from Oscar. He'd like to react to what Boris said. So, Boris, listen up.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to answer or ask Boris because he said that international instruments are not on our side when we ask for immersive education in Catalonia. We want to mark that last year, 9 from 12 regions in Catalonia showed better marks, better results in Spanish than in Catalan. In 2020, were 12 from 12 regions, all the regions. We have better results in Spanish because our students are more exposed to Spanish, social media, platforms, music, literature, all of these issues are basically in Spanish, and most of conversations, for example, in the institutes, 2/3 of conversations among students are in Spanish too. And the other issue I want to put into debate is in the last evaluation of the Committee of Experts of the European Charter of Regional or Minority Languages, the Committee of Experts stated that the new Valencian multilingual law that puts among 20 and 60% in Valencian Catalan, and among 25 and 60% in Castilian Spanish, and among 15 and 25% in English, a multilingual education was not was against the Article 8 of the Charter, because it does not allow to study in Valencian Catalan at the moment. We think we can explore these international instruments. Thank you very much.
Okay, Oscar, thank you very much. We are going to start winding up now. Boris, I'm going to start with you, just if there's sort of 30 seconds there of kind of response you want to give back to Oscar, and then I will do Tihana, Jonathan, and then Ali for some final thoughts before I sum up. Boris.
Yes, dear Oscar, I understand you very well. And certainly you should not consider me as a sort of an opponent on minority languages, exactly the opposite. I try to defend this right on all possible levels, including the Council of Europe and our Latvian Constitutional Court for many years and so on. But of course, I am speaking about standards. And practical situations are very different. And of course, different solutions are possible. And this is your internal issue, the matter of your dialogue with the government. And if you have strong arguments, you have to persuade the government, because otherwise no one can just order from outside. It's not up to me to agree or disagree with you, or to put it more correctly, my agreement or disagreement doesn't matter. This is your internal issue which you should resolve in accordance with these general standards, which are very vague, particularly vague with regard to the right to education in a mother tongue. As you know, this case law is very limited, and I am afraid, and this is a great pity, we didn't talk about it, but in my view, indeed, the right to education in mother tongue is a key right for preservation of minority identity on one hand, and for ensuring equality on the other hand, ensuring equal opportunities. This is, I would just encourage you to collect these arguments and to make this dialogue with the Spanish authorities as constructive as possible. Thank you,
Boris. Thank you so much, Boris. Tihana.
Maybe just as a way of wrapping up and to continue the conversation of speaking up, actually, he just stepped up. And indeed, obviously, for those who speak English and who have access to international fora, this is the place to speak up. But when I say speak up, I also do mean for all of us in all of our countries. I mean, in theory, the governments that we elect to rule us are accountable to us, and it should be part of daily conversation that we have entrusted this duty and responsibility to them, but we expect them to deliver against that. And I think this is something that we need to continuously remind ourselves as well. Obviously, it depends from country to country how does this work, but it doesn't mean that this is a process that has reached sort of its level in some countries that are doing better. It's a continuous evolution, I would say, and I think it's simply the way it should go. And perhaps you're indeed right about gender, that we haven't touched upon it. No. Just to me, when I speak about diversity, this is what I mean. It is throughout the full spectrum of diversity, and I'll conclude with that.
Thank you, Tihana. Jonathan.
Thank you. No great final thoughts, I'll be honest. I mean, it's just been very stimulating to hear the inputs across the board, and I suppose some of the concerns expressed just repeat for me the essence of so much of what we confront, that states are risk averse and states are extraordinarily conservative when it comes to questions of minority rights and sadly all too often human rights as well, more broadly. But I think one of the challenges is how to hold to account in a constructive way, because I think that is getting into constructive dialogue is the only way, not the only way, but is the most effective way to elicit a generous response. And I think this is where the question of allyship with external actors is so critical, because as we've heard from some of our speakers today, minority groups can be marginalized and can find it very difficult to be heard, and that support both amongst community of minority voices, but also from international NGOs and international institutions is critical. And I thank those who've spoken about that today. I think it's such a valuable point to keep reiterating.
Thank you, Jonathan. Ali?
Yeah, just a clarification. I've always was pro-inclusion of more voices, more minorities, but at the end of the day, what will work is the state decision.
Yeah.
So we need to work together to push more the states, to put norms into practice, which is the main theme of our session. Initiate particular programs, state-sponsored ones, I definitely agree, for those minorities who are minorities within minorities, who are minorities smaller in number, not only national ones, but also ethnic, religious, or linguistic ones. The minorities in rural areas, minorities who are not at the employment by the state, public sector, don't worry, you are not alone. There are tens of minorities all over Europe and Central Asia who are simply not there. They are absent. They are absent in many phases of public life in their own countries. And to conclude, I know that this is quite subjective, but states need to be sincere enough to put norms into practice. This is quite a long and tough process, and we need to work all together for this promotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Now, I'd like to just thank all our esteemed experts that I have on the panel, but also the esteemed experts that all of you are that have contributed to these past two sessions, because I think without that, this isn't as meaningful as it is right now. I hope we've set the scene for Velo to take over tomorrow with his moderation of his two sessions. But just reflecting on sort of the whole day, apart from the review, rethink, reform, and rights, the other R words that I have been hearing throughout the day are recommendations. I've just heard risk aversion, remedy, robust, resilient, regression, reboot. So this is the R word conference. And I think you should take some of those R words forward for tomorrow. There are some negative ones and there's some positive ones, and turn the negatives into positives and see how we can move forward. I really do hope that you've got a lot out of the day today. I'm sure you'll get a ton out of tomorrow as well. And as I really look forward to the next regional conference, and I'm sorry if it's loads more work for you guys. But I really do hope that we can fully engage, and we have so much in common and so many thoughts that we have in common. Let's get those together around the common table and take them forward. So thank you for today. You are all invited to the Federal Ministry for a reception. And if you're coming, you have to get your skates on. So is there anything else that you need me to say, Fernand?
I just wanted to point out reception is another R word.
Oh, well done. You see, I knew it was the R conference. Thank you so much. All right, give ourselves a big round of applause and the end of today.